Hello and welcome to this brief series of videos designed to help you, the absolute beginner, get up to speed quickly with JavaScript. And we'll do this by discussing the fundamentals of what you need to know in order to write your own interactive web pages and create native Windows 8 Metro style applications. My name is Bob Tabor and I typically talk about C#, Visual Basic, ASP.NET, and other .NET related topics on my website www.learnvisualstudio.net. However, Channel 9 asked me to record this series of videos because JavaScript is a programming language that, as a software developer, you simply cannot ignore. I should know, I tried to ignore it for like 15 years. I actually was at the conference in San Francisco where, back in December of 1995, where JavaScript was first demonstrated and announced. And at that time, it seemed like a great idea, but quite frankly, it looked kind of like a novelty. And subsequently, it was ignored by most web developers, myself included. But over time, web browsers matured, users' demands for applications inside of the web browser became more sophisticated, and JavaScript emerged as the premier programming language of the future. Not just for web pages, but for building real applications. In fact, in September 2011, Microsoft announced JavaScript would be treated as a first-class citizen for building native Windows applications alongside of C++ and C#. So it's no longer just a way to spice up web pages. Just about every week, somebody out there uses JavaScript to do some amazing things. My favorite is the guy who recently ported the old 3D first-person shooter Doom using JavaScript. Furthermore, JavaScript has moved merely from being inside of a web browser only to also being used on the web server for application logic, for access to shared resources like files and a database server, and so on. So this series of lessons is designed to help an absolute beginner understand the environment, the language, and the conventions of JavaScript in, hopefully, an approachable manner. If you're already an experienced software developer, well, frankly, this series might move a little bit slow for you. Honestly, there's probably some better ways out there to spend your time. I want to be clear and thorough for the student who's coming to JavaScript as a first programming language, and so we're going to take our time getting to our destination. So here's what I want to accomplish in this series. We're going to start off, first of all, by showing you how to create a simple JavaScript example using a simple programming environment that will duct tape together Notepad and Internet Explorer. And then I'm going to also show you the free powerful tool from Microsoft, Visual Web Developer Express Edition, to help author HTML pages and JavaScript as well, and some of the advantages that we get by using a free tool. We're going to examine other free tools like those that are built right into Internet Explorer to help us debug our JavaScript code, as well as some other tools that are available over the internet at large. Next, I'm going to walk you through the most important language features of JavaScript. These features appear in most programming languages, things like variables and operators and expressions, decision and iteration statements, scope, functions, and so on. JavaScript is a very small programming language, but it's incredibly malleable and flexible. We're not going to get too complex in this series. However, I keep learning things about JavaScript just about every single day about how to combine these simple language elements in new and interesting ways and to do some things that are fairly complex. Next step, I'm going to introduce the idea of the document object model, or rather the DOM. So when your web browser downloads a web page and it tries to parse through all the HTML in that web page, it'll start creating a series of objects in the computer's memory. Each object represents an HTML element, as well as its content, its attributes, and so on. So you can use JavaScript to access or change the DOM in response to events that occur on the web page. So for example, a user may click on this or he hovers over that. So part of the challenge then is learning how to respond to those events and how to access just the parts of the document object model that you need to accomplish what you want to accomplish, to show or hide some text, to add new elements to the document object model dynamically, to inspect data that the user entered into an HTML form field before sending it onto the server, and so on. So then we're going to talk about jQuery, which is an open source library of functionality written entirely in JavaScript that makes things about JavaScript easier. It smooths over the rough spots of JavaScript. For starter, when working with multiple web browsers of various implementations of JavaScript, again, it smooths over the different implementations between vendors. There are other features that make JavaScript more powerful and simpler as well. Microsoft has fully embraced this library, including in some of their software development programming environment templates, and even contributing to the project. Frankly, I don't know anybody who isn't already a serious web developer who is not using the jQuery library. So it's important that you understand what it is as soon as possible. Reliance on jQuery isn't the only popular practice in JavaScript programming. I want to make sure that you're aware of a few common practices and conventions that have been developed by the web development community. While there's no single quote-unquote right way to include JavaScript functionality into your application or web page, there are definitely a few wrong ways, and there are some best practices that make things a little bit easier long term. So I want to introduce you to several of these ideas so that you can avoid making the mistakes that will cause web developers, if not small children, to laugh at you in the streets, okay? Some books and articles on the web unfortunately demonstrate practices that are frowned upon. For example, how to include JavaScript in a web page. There's at least 3 different ways to do it, but only one that most developers agree is the best way to achieve this, and we'll talk about that soon. So in the past, JavaScript has been used for a few important activities in the web browser. Just to name a few, it's often been used to show and hide text, images, or other HTML elements in the web page based on some interaction between the user and the web page. It's been used to apply styling to HTML on the fly. JavaScript has been used to validate the entries of users into form fields embedded on the web page as a first line of defense before sending data up to the web server for processing. JavaScript has been used to animate elements on a screen, and this could include graphics that are moving around the page, or content that's sliding into place, or color or opacity transitions and things of that nature. And I've already referenced how entire games can be loaded into the web browser, like Doom or Angry Birds. JavaScript can be used to communicate with a web server, exchanging data back and forth without the need for a complete HTTP post or get operation for the entire web page. We'll be demonstrating that much later in this video series. This has become one of the most vital features of JavaScript and jQuery to make pages smarter and more responsive. So HTML5 and CSS3 have reduced the need for JavaScript to be used in some of these scenarios, quite frankly. Some animations, some form validation, these are things that have been taken care of by HTML5 and CSS3. Still, if we want to move beyond the basics, we're going to need to understand JavaScript. At the very least, if you try to copy some code from an article online or in a book, you should be able to at least look at it and understand how it's working and know what to touch and what to leave alone. So hopefully this series of lessons can get you further along in your journey to learn JavaScript and really get it under your belt. And so that's really the main goal in this video series, as the old expression goes, to give you enough rope to shoot yourself in the foot with. I'm really just kidding. What I really hope is that this fundamental series will give you enough of a foundation that you can make good decisions and decipher other people's JavaScript code so that you can safely modify it and include it in your own web pages. And perhaps as you grow as a JavaScript developer, you can write large passages of JavaScript on your own without using any code snippets. Hopefully this will be one of the first steps that you take to learning JavaScript or learning even more about JavaScript and programming concepts. Alright, so before we get started, the videos embedded on the webpage on Channel 9's website are presented somewhat smaller than how I originally record them, which is high def, 1280 by 720. I'm going to increase the font size of the text that I type in a notepad. However, if the text seems obscured or difficult to read, it might have to do with the speed of your internet connection and how the streaming video works. In that case, you may want to download the videos to your computer first and watch them there instead of trying to stream them. Also, you should be able to watch the videos full screen. There's a little icon in the player bar that would allow you to see the videos full screen if the text is a little bit too small for you to read. So take a moment, become familiar with the environment, see where the download links are for the videos near the player where you're currently watching this video, or take a look at the player bar to see how you can expand to full screen and then get back into the browser viewing experience. Also, just want to let you know that I have a folder with all the code files and graphics that I'm going to use for this series of videos. You can see it's here on my desktop, and it's filled with a number of HTML pages, JavaScript, some CSS, some image files, and some other data files as well. Make sure you download it. I'll explain the naming convention as we go throughout the series, but you could probably tell already that I'm matching up the file number with the video lesson number. So for example, this file would belong to the 15th video in this series of videos. Finally, you are in control of the viewing experience. To get the most out of this or any video series, you should become an active learner. Type the code in yourself with your own hands to build muscle memory and to force your brain to understand what it is the speaker is attempting to explain. Pause, rewind the video, ask questions in the comments area below this video. Active learners learn more quickly. Commit the time and you'll have this under your belt in no time at all, I promise. Okay, so we're going to get started with some baby steps in the next lesson. I want to encourage you to get a plan in place to follow along and enjoy the process of learning. You can do this. It's fun and it's exciting, and we're going to get started in the next lesson. I'm excited for you. I hope you're excited too. I'll see you there. Thank you. Hi, I'm Bob Tabor with LearnVisualStudio.net. Okay, so in this lesson, we're going to start off by writing just a tiny bit of HTML5 and JavaScript code. Nothing fancy or complex at all. I just want to show you, first of all, where you can add JavaScript into your web pages. And then secondly, I want to kind of get into the workflow of writing a little code and then seeing what the result is inside of a web browser, inside of Internet Explorer. And then what we want to do is talk about what to do whenever the JavaScript examples that we're typing in and demonstrate in this series, for example, they simply don't work and you really don't know where to turn. There are actually some tools that are built into Internet Explorer that I want to demonstrate briefly that will help you find some clues so that you can kind of solve the problem on your own. Of course, if you ever get stuck, please feel free, as we mentioned in the previous video, to ask questions in the comments area below each video, and I'll answer them if I can. So once we finish this lesson, we're going to take a closer look at the examples that we write here, and I'll explain what's going on kind of behind the scenes. Now, the code is so simple that we're about to write that I'm willing to bet that you're going to be able to figure this out on your own before we even run the example without any explanation from me whatsoever. But I still think that it's beneficial as we're getting started that we provide some background information to help get you on a solid foundation, and then we can move forward from there. So our game plan in this lesson is, first of all, to set up a folder where we can save our work. We're going to set up some shortcuts in our development environment, so in our little Notepad and Internet Explorer development environment. Then we're going to create an HTML template, and we're going to make sure that it validates by using an HTML5 validator, and then we're going to start writing some JavaScript code. So here we go. Remember, pause the video, rewind it if you need to, but whatever you have to do, make sure that you follow along closely at first, because to get the most benefit out of this series or any series of videos, or even a book or what have you, you need to follow along and get your hands dirty and actually type in the code yourself. It's hands down the easiest way to learn. So as you can see, I am starting off with a relatively fresh installation of Windows 7. I also have Internet Explorer 9.0 installed. However, what I'm about to show you would work regardless of the operating system that you have currently installed. It'll work with just about any version from any web browser vendor. But still, if you want to follow along closely with me, then I highly, highly recommend that you have the most recent version of Internet Explorer installed. Alright, so what we want to do is start by creating a space for to save all of our work, and we're going to just right click on the desktop and select New Folder, and we're going to call that folder C9JS underscore fundamentals. Alright, fundamentals. There we go. And the C9 is for channel 9, the J is for JavaScript, and obviously the fundamentals is for fundamentals. And so my intent here is to save all my work here, and then once I'm finished, I'm going to allow you to download all the work, all the HTML, the JavaScript files, the cascading style sheet files, any image images or any other resources that you'll need in order to follow along and complete these examples. So you can see where you can download that. If you haven't been able to find it, I actually saved the link to the JavaScript Fundamentals series here in my web browser. And so here is the channel9.msdn.com/series/javascript-fundamentals-development-for-absolute-beginners. All right. And if you go to the very first video in this series, the series introduction, and you scroll down just a little bit, you can find download the entire series source code here. And I also caught my eye just as I was going there. You can also download it from this page as well. All right. So make sure you download that and have that handy so that if a code example doesn't work for you, you can take a look at the code that I've typed in and compare it to the code that you've typed in, and then make the appropriate changes so that you see whatever I'm seeing here. All right. All right, so the next thing we want to do is configure Notepad. I'm going to go ahead and just in the search bar type in Notepad. And I've already taken the liberty of doing this, but I want to show you what I've done. I went to Format, Font, and I changed the font to Courier New Bold 18. And the reason I've done that is because in the past, some people, when watching the videos that I've created on Channel 9, they've had some issues when viewing the code that I'm typing in. It comes up really small or really garbled. And so by changing the font size, I'm hoping that I'm helping you see a little bit more clearly even in that small display window, because I'm recording this in a high def format, but it's kind of compressed a little bit smaller onto the Channel 9 webpage format. So hopefully you'll be able to see when I type in the word "this is a test." If you cannot see this, then it's possible that streaming on Channel 9 is simply not going to work for you for this series. You may want to download the videos locally. There should be some hyperlinks off to the left-hand side of this little viewing area, or I guess it's your right-hand side. It's made available for you in several high-def formats. Just download locally and then watch it from there. That's probably the best course of action. Okay, so the first thing we want to do is create a little HTML5 template so that we don't have to type in the same boilerplate HTML5 code every time we sit down to create a new JavaScript example. So let me just say this at the outset. Nothing I do here should confuse you. If you see some HTML markup that you don't recognize, or if you don't already have a firm grasp and understanding of HTML5, then I want to encourage you to watch the HTML5 and CSS Fundamental series that I also created, also available for free here on Channel 9. Okay, so let's go ahead and get started. I'm going to start with an open angle bracket exclamation mark doc type HTML. All right, and then I'm going to create an opening and closing HTML tag, and then an opening and closing head tag, and then an opening and closing body tag. And then the next thing I want to do to make sure that this document will actually validate is add a title. And we'll just make a dummy title for now that will, hopefully I'll remember to change every time that we use this template. So JavaScript example. And I don't have to do this for validation, but just to make sure that all of the examples kind of look the same, I'm going to add a h1 tag with the same dummy text that hopefully I'll remember to change for every single example. All right. So now this is the important part. We want to file, save as, and we want to change the save as type to all files. We also want to make sure that we are going to save into this c9js_fundamentals folder. So if you're not already there, navigate to it on your desktop, all right, by using the little favorites icon, or navigate through however you normally would, and make sure that you're saving into that target directory, making sure that the save as type is all files. We're going to type in template.html. And so if we forget this and we leave it as text documents, what will happen is that it will append a .txt on the end of that file name, and it will not be able to open up in Internet Explorer. Instead, it'll just open it back up in Notepad, and that's not what we want. So we want to make sure that save as type is all files, and the file name is template.html, and I'm going to click save. And then let's let's open up our C9JS underscore fundamentals folder and make sure that we have our template there. You can see it recognizes it as an HTML document, which is perfect. And just to make sure this all works correctly, let's double click it and open it up in Internet Explorer. Seems to work just fine. Awesome. All right, so the next order of business then is to validate this HTML that we wrote. And there are a number of different validators out there that are available for HTML5. And the reason we're doing this is to make sure that if we've made any mistakes, we correct them here in our template so that we don't have to keep fixing that problem every time we use the template to create a new example. All right, fix it once. So the favorite my personal favorite HTML5 validator is HTML5.validator. You see I've visited it a couple times already. HTML5.validator.nu. All right, in fact, I love it so much that I'm going to go ahead and add this as my home page. So I'm going to go to Tools, Internet Options, and on the General tab, I'm going to use the Use Current button in order to create this home page. Click OK. So now, if I open up Internet Explorer again, it'll open up to HTML5.validator.nu. In this case, I want to change the validator input to a text field, and I'm going to delete all this boilerplate HTML5. Instead, I'm going to open up my template, and I'm going to hit Control A on my keyboard and Control C to copy onto the clipboard, and then Control V to paste it back into the validator. And I'm going to click Validate. Now, as you can see, I get a warning that the character encoding of this document was not declared. Ideally, you would add a meta tag charset equals UTF-8, but it's not necessary. It's just a warning. Underneath that, I get the document is valid HTML5, a little green box appearing underneath. Now, I just want to make sure that at this point, you're not seeing a pink box where I'm looking at this green box, all right, below this section here, okay? If you see a pink box, that means you have errors and you're going to need to make some fixes. You should stop the video, rewind it, watch what I've done, or download, again, the code from the C9JS fundamentals folder that we talked about a little bit earlier. Make sure that you type in the template, the HTML5 precisely, and that's probably the first admonition that I have as we get started here. Software development and web development in particular is an exercise in preciseness. When we communicate in the English language, we rely on the other person that we're communicating to kind of fill in the blanks if we leave out a detail or two, if we don't use correct speech, or perhaps when we're typing up an email, we may misspell something or we forget the punctuation, whatever the case might be. We rely on the other person to fill in the blanks and figure out what we're trying to say, right? But in software development, that is not the case. You have to be precise. And fortunately, there are tools that'll help you be precise. For example, this validator tool, we're going to look at something that's built into Internet Explorer 9.0, the F12 developer tools, in just a little bit to help us be precise and get the results that we're expecting. Okay, so at any rate, let's go ahead and move on. I'm going to close this down, and I'm actually going to close the template as well. And now we're going to start over from scratch in Notepad. So I'm opened up Notepad. I'm going to open up my C9JS fundamentals, and I'm going to drag the template file into the open Notepad, which will copy the contents into a new Notepad window, and immediately we'll want to change the name because you can see we're actually working on the template.html page. So we want to save as, make sure save as type is set to all files, and that we're targeting the C9JS underscore fundamentals folder. And here I want to type in hello world in order to create our first JavaScript example. And so what we'll do is we're going to modify the template by adding an attribute, the onload attribute. We'll talk about what that does in just a moment. But you can see I made a space after the body, typed in the word onload, all lowercase, used the equal sign, and then I'm using double quotes. You could use single quotes here, but by convention throughout the series, I'll use double quotes whenever assigning a property to the attributes that we defined inside of our HTML5. Inside of those double quotes, I'm going to type in the word alert, and immediately followed by an opening and closing parenthesis. In between the parentheses, I'm going to type in two single quotes. Inside of those single quotes, I'm going to type in the word hello, space, and then world, exclamation mark. All right. Then I'm going to simply save my work. And now what I want to do is go back to our Windows Explorer and double click the hello world.html file. And you can see a couple of things happen here. First of all, we see this little error message at the bottom. Internet Explorer restricted this web page from running scripts or ActiveX controls. I can click Allow Block Content, and when I do, we see a little alert box pop up with the word Hello World. And I'm going to click the OK button. And we have now successfully created our first JavaScript program. So let's get back to that little message that we saw. I'm going to shut down Internet Explorer and then double click on hello world.html again and look at this little message. What's going on here is that Internet Explorer is trying to protect you, the user of this computer that you're currently working on, from potentially malicious scripts that are contained within the web page. So whenever you view a web page from your own local hard drive, it's automatically running with an elevated set of permissions or privileges. And therefore, the web page and the script that you write has available to it greater access to the resources on the computer than, say, a file that was downloaded from the internet, like a normal HTML page that you go to any website to view. And so Internet Explorer warns you and says that you should be aware of this. It says this could potentially be harmful. Are you willing to execute this script because the person who created it could be trying to do something malicious, delete files, rename files, load files on your computer? So in our case, we know what we're doing here, right? We're not going to try and delete files or overwrite files on our hard drive, right? So in our case, I want to temporarily turn this setting off. Now, if you're comfortable with turning this message off for this entire video series, then awesome. If you're not, that's fine too. You'll just need to click that Allow Block Content button every single time that you want to test your JavaScript code. Now, in my case, that gets a little bit annoying, so I'm going to change this on my computer. Feel free to follow along if you want to. I'm going to go back to the Tools menu, click Internet Options. I'm going to go to the Advanced tab at the very right-hand side. I'm going to use the scroll bar here to bounce all the way to the bottom and then bounce up just a tiny bit up to the security section here in our settings. In Internet Explorer 9.0, you'll see that Allow Active Content to run in files on my computer is the second option. I'm going to go ahead and check that. And if you're using a different version of Internet Explorer, it's possible that you might need to look for the same entry in a slightly different position. Furthermore, if you're using a different web browser vendor, then you have to take different steps. Or heck, you may not even see a warning message at all. Just keep that in mind. Be aware of the fact that Internet Explorer has this extra step of security integrated into it. All right, now I'm going to click OK. I'm going to close the web browser down and try this one more time. Hello World, double clicking, and we can see automatically the alert box is there with Hello World. We don't get the warning. We're in good shape. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and click OK and shut this down. So take note that this is the very first way that you've learned how to add JavaScript onto a web page, by embedding it directly in line using an attribute of a given HTML tag, in this case the body tag. Now eventually we're going to talk about all the techniques that you can use to add JavaScript into your web pages. But let's try a second example that's a bit more practical. And so I'm going to go through the same exercise of opening up a fresh version of Notepad and then dragging our template and dropping it into the open area here. I'm going to save this as, changing the save as type to all files and making sure the target folder is c9js_fundamentals. And this time we're going to call this c9js_02.html. And so that convention is just C9JS, like we talked about earlier, channel 9 JavaScript underscore. And since this is the second lesson in this series, I'm using that 02 to denote which file this, which video this file is associated with. The second video in this lesson, in this series. All right, so it should show up here, and it does. Great. And so now what we want to do is, first of all, we're going to add some more HTML to our body section. I'm going to add an input type equals text, ID equals my uppercase T for text, uppercase B for box, and then below that I'm going to type in input type equals submit, value equals click me, and then I'm going to add an on click equals, and then empty double quotes for now. We'll come back to that in just a little bit. All right, so now previously we added inline JavaScript into the attribute of our body. This time what we want to do is go into the head section. I'm going to go right underneath the title, and I'm going to add a script tag and a closing script tag, and we'll add our JavaScript here for this example. All right, and to satisfy HTML5, what we're going to need to do is also add an attribute called type equals, and inside of the double quotes I'm going to type in the type of data or information that the web browser should expect to see inside of the script tag. In this case, it'll be text / JavaScript, all lowercase, no spaces between the two. All right, and so it should expect to parse out anything that we type inside here as JavaScript. All right, and we'll talk about these concepts a little bit later in the next video. So I'm going to type my first JavaScript. I'm going to create a function, and again, we'll talk about what functions are later on. It's not really necessary that you understand what it is just now. Just make sure you follow along. So I've made some indentation here for myself. I'm going to type in function space, and I'm going to give this function a name. We're going to give it the name of substitute, and then followed immediately by an open close parentheses, and then I'm going to make a space and then add an opening curly brace, and then go down a couple of levels and then a closing curly brace. And in between here, we're going to write the body of our JavaScript function called substitute. Now, you can see here that I'm paying attention to indentation levels. For example, this curly brace is going to line up with the F, and this is more for my readability than it is for Internet Explorer as it parses through and tries to execute this. I just want to be able to read this cleanly, and so I am paying close attention to indentation levels as I'm typing my JavaScript in. All right, and I would encourage you to follow the same practice here at first. All right, so then the next thing I want to do is start to create the body of our substitute function. Again, we'll talk about what functions are and all that good stuff a little bit later. Just follow along. I'm going to create a variable called myValue. We'll talk about what variables are later. So var space myValue, capital V in value, equals, and then I'm going to try to get the value of whatever the user typed into the text box. So I got to type in this long incantation. We're going to call the documents get element by ID method or function, open and closing curly parentheses, dot value. All right, and inside of this get element by ID function, we need to tell it which element we want to get. And we're going to use the ID because we're using get element by ID. So which ID do we want to read or find the value of? My text box. So I'm going to hit Control-C on my keyboard to copy this. I'm going to use two single quotes inside of the get element by ID, and I'm going to paste my text box in between there. So now your code should look like that. Okay? Now the next thing I want to do as I indent my way into the function's body is check to make sure that somebody actually typed something into the text box. So I'm going to type if my value dot length is equal to 0, not the O or the capital O on the keyboard, but the number 0. All right, then, so make sure you have an opening and closing parentheses. Make sure you're using two equal sign. That's important. And this length, we'll talk about what it does later, but essentially how many characters are inside of this value that we retrieved from my text box. We're going to add an opening curly brace, go down a couple of lines, indent my way over, and use a close curly brace and make sure that it lines up with the I and if, again for my own readability. And then I'm going to indent in about 2 more spaces and type in the word alert. We've already seen the alert in action before, right? When we created an alert to show the message hello world. In this case, we're going to give a warning to our user. And we're going to ask them, please enter a real value in the text box. All right, so we want to make sure they type something in. And then we don't want any more code to execute, so we're going to type in the word return. So just leave this function. All right, so let's just leave it at that for now. And let's save this. And what I ultimately want to do is I want to replace the value inside of this h1 tag with whatever the user types into the text box. So what we're going to do is add an ID here to this h1. So I'm going to add an ID attribute equals double quotes, and we're going to give it the value of title, so that I can programmatically access this h1's content. All right, and there are a number of different ways to do this. I'm going to take the cheap and easy way out, even though some would probably might point out the fact that inner HTML is not part of any standard prior to HTML5. I'm going to take my chances and go with this anyway, even though because it's implemented in basically every web browser. If that didn't make any sense to you, don't worry about it. Okay. So var my title, creating a new variable called my title. We're going to save into that the value of document dot get element by ID title. All right. Now in this case, I'm not grabbing the value out. All I really want to do is get a programmatic reference to this h1 with the ID of title, so that I can change it my title dot inner HTML. Again, this is the controversial point, but let's just go with it for now. My value. So we're going to take whatever the value is that the user typed in to the text box, and we're going to substitute that value for whatever value's in the h1. Okay, so let's save this, and now let's see it in action. And we're going to see that it doesn't really work here. All right. So first of all, let's go ahead and click the Click Me button without typing anything in, and nothing happens. And that's our first sign that something's wrong. Let's go ahead and type in some letters here and click the Click Me button, and still nothing happens. Well, what's the problem? Problem is that we have this function, this code that we wrote, but we never really wired it up or hooked it up to our HTML, and that's where this onClick event comes into play. What we want to do is call substitute, open and closing parentheses. So now let's save this, go back to to our Windows Explorer and double click, and now let's click the Click Me button without typing anything in, and we get our little alert box. Please enter a real value in the text box. All right, that gives us a little encouragement that this might actually work. I'm going to type in hello world again, and then click the Click Me button, and notice that the title has changed to hello world again, exactly what we typed in here. All right. Okay, so let's take a short time out here and let's talk about the possibility that something you did caused this application to not work correctly. Perhaps, for example, you misspelled something. For example, let's just say you misspelled the word substitute here as we're trying to call the substitute function from the onClick method, but we use the wrong name and we omit the E on the end of the word substitute. All right, let's save this and see what happens. And nothing happens at all, just as if we hadn't typed anything in. Now, depending on the browser vendor, the browser version, the settings in your browser, you might see a message. In our case, you see no message at all. There's no clue as to what you did incorrectly. So what are you supposed to do then? Well, in this situation, fortunately, Internet Explorer has some built-in tools that can help you get past problems like these. So let's go ahead and go to the Tools menu and click the F12 Developer Tools menu option. You can also get to this by using the F12, the function key on your keyboard. And you can see it opens up this little window in the very bottom of your web page. Now, depending on how you, whether you've used this feature before, you might see it unpinned in a separate window. That can sometimes be helpful as well. I'm going to go ahead and repin this back by clicking the little button underneath the red X, and it now is back and docked into our web page nicely. All right, and I want to go to the script tag, And you can see there's two panes now that we can see with a toolbar. On the left-hand side is the script that we wrote, and on the right-hand side we see a little message, the console window, and it says refresh the page to see messages that may have occurred before the F12 tools were open. Fair enough. So let's go ahead and refresh our page. And now I'm going to click the Click Me button, and notice that the console window gives me some information, a clue as to what went wrong here. It says substitute is undefined. And you're like, what does that mean? But fortunately, it gives us some additional clues. Like, for example, it has something to do with line number 22. So I'm going to look in the left-hand pane here. I'm going to look at the line numbers here on the left-hand side of my code, looking for line number 22, and it has something to do with character number 1. Well, character number 1 is just an empty space. Well, what this really means, since we're working in the script tab, is the first character of the JavaScript that it encounters on this line. So that would be has something to do with this S in substitute, and we can see here that perhaps we didn't spell something correctly. So we can't really fix it here. The best that we can hope to do is go back to our source code, add the E back in, save the change that we made, open up Internet Explorer again and refresh the page and try it one more time. And now we get no errors. We notice that the page works correctly and we're in good shape. All right. So tell you what, let's stop right there. We're going to talk about each line of code in a little bit more depth and give some background information about all this code we wrote and what's really happening behind the scenes beginning in the next video. And then after that, we're going to rewrite this entire example using a real web development tool, Visual Web Developer Express Edition, and you're going to see the benefits over using just Notepad. So we've got several things that we want to do here in the near future that will build on the concepts that I introduced in this lesson. Hopefully this piques your interest. Keep pushing forward. If it didn't work correctly for you the first time, don't sweat it. You can download the code that I wrote and compare what you wrote versus the code that I wrote. Rewind, pause the video, make sure you typed in everything correctly. And if you get stuck at this point, make sure that you ask questions in the comments below and I'll try to answer them for you. But if you just stay tuned and you watch the next lessons, I think that many of the questions you may have at this point will be answered for you. Okay? So we'll see you in the next lesson. Thank you. Hi, I'm Bob Tabor with LearnVisualStudio.net. In the previous lesson, we wrote a bunch of code. Hopefully it wasn't too complex. Hopefully you were able to figure out what it was going to do even before we ran the example. Hopefully you got it to work just like I did in the video. Hopefully, even if it didn't work originally when you first tried it, you were able to narrow down what the problem was, either by using the F12 developer tools like we demonstrated in the previous lesson, or by simply kind of comparing line by line, looking at what I wrote in my code versus what you wrote in your code. Solving your own problems is a huge part of becoming a software developer, and sometimes you just have to develop that attention to detail to ferret out these little tiny details, a missing character or two that might exist in your code that's causing some problem or bug. And we'll talk about ways to do that and what the possible problems could be much later in this lesson. But nonetheless, in the previous lesson, I really didn't attempt to fully explain everything that you saw me do. Yeah, I made a few passing references to how this is wired up to that and so on, but I didn't really talk about what events were or what functions were or what variables were, so I want to do that right now. And what I want to do in this lesson is explain at a high level what's going on inside of this application that we wrote. Then we're going to spend the next 7 or 8 lessons speaking about each of the individual JavaScript syntax elements and concepts that we introduced in this video and in the previous video. So let's go ahead and get started. So you'll recall in our Hello World example, which you see open right here, that we added in the body tag an onload equals, all right, and we said that this code will fire, this JavaScript will fire whenever the page loads. Furthermore, if you recall in our C9JS 02.html page, we added this onClick equals to our input type equals submit button form element on our web page. And so I think this is a good place to start. What exactly is going on here with this onload and this onClick attribute? All right. Well, these are ways of accessing events that occur on our web page. And events are simply places where we can plug into the web page with our own code. And by plug into, I simply mean that we can write code that executes when those events occur. We plug into those events by telling JavaScript what to do when an event is raised by the web page. So for example, the onload event fires whenever the page finishes loading. So whenever, in this particular example, whenever the HTML is loaded into the web browser's memory, whenever all of the images from across the internet are loaded into memory, which this page references, as well as any external JavaScript files, external CSS files, and any other resources that it might need, at that point, the JavaScript engine will say, all right, we've officially loaded the web page. Is there any code for me to execute whenever the onload event has occurred? In this case, we say, yes, do this. Execute this alert hello world, okay? Similarly, we were able to execute JavaScript in response to a click event. Whenever the user clicks a button on our HTML page, we fired a specific chunk of code that had the name substitute. We'll talk about that in a second. So everything that we do in JavaScript is in response to an event that's raised in the web page, either something that happens during the life cycle of the web page naturally, like the page is loaded, right? Or in response to something that the user has done on the web page, like click a button in this particular case. Now, specifically in the second case, as we're looking at here, we're asking code to be executed by referencing a name of the code, a function with the name substitute. So we obviously wrote this function with the name substitute, so you can see the relationship between the work that we did here and the work that we did here, all right? And the function is simply a block of code that can be called or executed as a single unit. And it's defined as a single unit by wrapping this opening and closing set of curly braces around this block of code and then calling it a function. Now, in this particular case, this function has a name. The name of this function is substitute. And so when the function has a name, we can call it by its name by simply referencing it and then also using these little operators, which in this case, this context means these are the function invocation operators. So execute the function with the name substitute, all right? And so then it will execute this entire block of code together. So we're going to learn more about functions in lesson number 6, but there's a good distinction to cement this idea in your mind, especially if you're coming from an object-oriented programming background like C# or Visual Basic. In VB and C#, you know that classes are the heart of those programming languages. But in JavaScript, things are a little bit different. The function, or rather the function object, is the focus, and understanding the flexibility of the function object and how it differs from other programming languages will ease your learning curve, and again, we'll talk about that more a little bit later. All right, so we started using functions at the very beginning. There are functions that are also built into JavaScript, or more correctly, they're built into the web browser's representation of the web page. This representation of the web page is referred to as the document object model, or rather the DOM, and you'll be hearing about the DOM for the rest of your programming career. In particular, in this example, we use the alert built-in function in order to pop a message box onto the web page, and we did the same thing here in our code as well. We also used another function called document.getElementById, which gave us access to a single HTML element inside of our code. So in this particular case, this whole line of code here that we wrote, we're saying, first of all, get a reference to an element that has the ID myTextBox. So what is returned is an object in the computer's memory that represents this tag called myTextBox, or has the ID of myTextBox, and then we use the dot syntax in order to access a property of that object. The property we're interested in is in the value, whatever was typed into the text box. And then we retrieve that entire value that was typed into the text box and we assign it to a variable. We'll talk about that in just a moment. So we use that dot operator all over the place. You notice that? We use it here, we use it here, we have it. Use it here as well, here again, and yeah, one more time here. All right. Eventually, we'll talk about all the operators that we use. The single equal sign, like right here for assignment, the double equal sign, and even there's a triple equal sign we'll talk about later on. The opening and closing curly braces, the parentheses we've already looked at. All right. All of these have a purpose and a significance in the JavaScript language, and we're going to talk about those in lessons 4 and 5. All right. So again, the getElementById built-in function gives us a reference to an object in the DOM that represents my text box. Then once we access the text box element, we can grab out its value. In other words, whatever was typed into the text box by the user, and then we save that into a variable. And this is how we define a variable, var myValue. And we assign it immediately to the value that we retrieve. So you use the var keyword to create a function scoped variable. We'll talk about variables at length in the next lesson. For now, or 2 lessons from now. For now, just think of it as a bucket in the computer's memory where you can store your stuff, whatever that stuff is. And you know you'll need to reference that stuff. You'll need access to it later on in your code. So here we're storing the value that the user typed into the text box, and we intend to use that later on in our application here in the very last line of our function, where we're going to take that value and put it into, in this case, the title element. And we'll talk about that in a bit. Next up, we use an if statement to compare the value and to see how long it is or how many characters are in that value. In this case, we're using the dot operator to access a property of this object. This object represents a string value, and we're wanting to say how long is that string. If the string is equal to 0, which means the user hasn't typed anything into the text box, then we're going to execute this block of code as defined by the opening and closing curly braces. And we're going to, in this case, pop up a message and then exit the function by using this return keyword. Okay? So if, for example, somebody typed in the word Bob into the text box, the length would be 3, and 3 is not equal to 0, and so JavaScript's engine would completely ignore this block of code and would not execute it. All right? All right, next up, you can see that I'm using the document.getElementById one more time to reference the element that has the title or has the ID of title. You can see that gets us to this H1, and so now we have a reference to the object in the document object model that represents this H1 tag. Now we can manipulate it with our JavaScript by calling the inner HTML property, or rather using the HTML property to set and change what's in that header with whatever value was typed into the text box from this variable we retrieved at the very beginning of our function. All right, and there is a little bit of controversy around this inner HTML. I want to assure you it is part of HTML5. Previous versions of HTML do not include inner HTML as part of its specification. However, most browser vendors implemented it anyways. All right, so it's pretty safe to use it, but just be aware that it's not a standard if that's important to you. All right, so let's go ahead and make some more general observations now that we've walked through each line of code. All along, I encourage you to make sure that you type the code in correctly, exactly the way that I did it, using the exact use of periods and parentheses and quotations and double quotation marks and spaces and capitalization. As I pointed out before, programming is an exercise in preciseness, so everything matters. Every little character matters. And now the great news is that most web browsers and the JavaScript compiler in those browsers is that they're very forgiving. For example, you might have missed a semicolon at the very end of a line of code, like for example in this line of code. Let me just make that change and hit save, and then let's close this down and refresh our web page. And I'm willing to bet that this will still work even though our code syntactically is not 100% accurate. The fact of the matter is that the JavaScript compiler is very forgiving because there's so much sloppy code out there on the internet. If it wasn't forgiving and didn't try to understand what you were attempting to do, then probably, I don't know, 90% of the internet, of the web pages on the internet wouldn't even operate correctly. Okay, so we're thankful for that. However, we need to strive as programmers to write our code correctly so that it offers a consistent experience regardless of which browser that the user is currently browsing with. We can't rely on a forgiving JavaScript compiler because earlier versions of web browsers may not be as forgiving and a user encounters a problem that you didn't catch during development. So be precise. Be in the practice of being precise. Also, one other note. Each of the elements here, the periods, the parentheses, the quotes, the double quotes, semicolons, the equal signs, they're referred to as operators, and they each have a purpose and a meaning, and without them, the meaning, or if something were to change, if we use a different operator, it could potentially change the meaning of the code dramatically. Also, JavaScript has just a few keywords, words that have important meanings like function and var and if and return and so on. And you can't use, for example, the word var or return as the name of a block of code. You might get unpredictable results if you do that. JavaScript is a small language with relatively few operators and few keywords. The language is powerful because of the ways that these operators and these constructs can be combined to do some remarkably complex things. Unfortunately, that's also one of the sources of complexity in JavaScript beyond the fundamentals that you might run into. All right, so while I was typing the HTML, you may have seen a message about writing JavaScript inside of your HTML. What we did, for example, here and what we did here would be considered by professional JavaScript developers as a big no-no. You should never do this. In Lesson 11, I'm going to right the wrong that I've committed here, but I'm going to continue to take this route because it's the easiest way to include JavaScript inside of your applications. Later on, we're going to focus on doing it the right way. So if you're an expert, you're watching this just for fun, and you're about to write me a note, a nasty note in the comments, I just want to say up front, I acknowledge that what I'm doing here probably isn't the best practice. Please know that I do plan on discussing the separation of HTML purely for content, CSS for appearance, and JavaScript strictly for behavior into separate files. All right, we'll get to that. All right, so after we typed all of this code out into our web page and we attempted to run the application in our browser, the browser first attempted to acquire all the external files like images and external CSS or JavaScript files and then make sense of it all. In order to make sense of it all, it constructs an object model for your web page, like I said a little bit ago, the document object model, or rather the DOM. We'll discuss the DOM in depth in lesson number 13. But while it's constructing the document object model, it'll give JavaScript developers an opportunity to execute code at certain various points in that process. And this is where the load event comes in, and so we can write code that will execute in response to that particular event. The easiest way to write that code, as we did here, is just in the body to add an attribute onload equals, and there are other ways as well. However, the caveat is that the document object model may not yet be completely finished loading. So if we write JavaScript code that references some element in the web page, it may not be available at the point when the onload page has the onload function has executed, or prior to that. So that's quite a pickle, and I'll explain this situation in much more depth in lesson number 15, I believe, when we talk about events. And ultimately, we'll have to keep our JavaScript pretty simple unto then, but there is a very good solution for that as we move to jQuery. So let's move back to our c9jso2.html page. You will recall that in order to demonstrate the use of the F12 developer tools, I wanted to break our web page intentionally by removing the E off of the word substitute, because now it's no longer named exactly the same as our function, right? And so we demonstrated in the F12 tools how it wasn't able to find this function because it doesn't exist by that name. So when you inadvertently introduce an error into your application, depending on the error, the application may not work at all, or it might break at some point during the execution of your program. Your user might get a message indicating that the application is broken, or it might be hidden from them. And so modern browsers today typically hide exceptions because there are so many poorly coded JavaScript web pages out on the internet. It would be burdensome as an end user to go to every web page and see, browser error messages keep popping up. You'd never be able to get anywhere on the internet. So the burden is on the developer to make sure that the code has no errors before you release it into the wild. And there are two different types of errors that can happen in your JavaScript. First of all, you can have syntax errors, and these are things like forgetting a closing quotation mark or parentheses or a semicolon like we did. In other words, the code is improperly formatted. Then there's also runtime exceptions, and these pop up because there's an undefined variable or you attempted to call a non-existent methods. For example, the substitute, let me fix that before I forget it. That's a good example of a runtime exception. It didn't occur until we actually clicked the button, and then we saw the message in the F12 developer tools that said there was a problem. Runtime exceptions also occur when something outside of the developer's control happens. So a good example of that is whenever you're going to use AJAX to make a call back to the web server. And AJAX is simply a technology that allows the web client, the web page, to contact the web server in order to retrieve tiny bits of information instead of a full post of the entire web page's form element back to the web server. We'll talk about AJAX much later, but let's suppose on any given day that the web server is having problems and it's not able to serve up the data that our web page is expecting correctly. And so as a web developer, we have to account for this possibility. That the information we're retrieving back is going to be garbled, or it times out, or whatever the case might be. We have to make sure that we degrade gracefully in that situation. Now, fortunately, most of these things have already been thought out for us, and we'll talk about situations like these near the end of this video series and how you can insulate the code that you write against those kinds of problems. So again, let's just put that a peg in that, and we'll come back to it later. All right, but here's some general advice when it comes to syntax errors and runtime exceptions. If you're testing your code prior to putting web pages out on the internet, or if you're building a WinRT application for Windows 8, your end user should never encounter a syntax error or a runtime exception due to something that you could have prevented. Period. No exceptions to this. The burden is on you to test in as many different browsers and as many different environments as you possibly can before releasing that web page or that application into the wild. But again, there are things that are out of the control of you as the developer. For example, some external resource that might be missing from a web server, or the web server is having issues. If it's down or having problems, you can't control that, right? But you can and you should guard against that possibility. And we're going to outline some ways that you can do that later on in the series. All right, one thing we didn't do at the end of the video was to make sure that all this code we wrote actually validates. So I just hit Control A, Control C to select all and copy, respectively, onto the clipboard. Let's open up Internet Explorer, and in our validator, we'll paste in the code that we wrote, and we'll click Validate. And we still get that warning, but I'm going to ignore that warning. The good news is that the validator does consider this to be valid HTML5, and that's all we're looking for. Great. Okay, so one last thought here before we conclude. We're taking a challenging route in this series by only using Notepad and Internet Explorer. That's fine. We want to keep this simple. We chose this route to make it obvious to you that you don't have to use a particular tool, and we didn't want to require you to download a tool and install it in order to develop JavaScript applications. It's as easy as using stuff you've already got installed on your computer. However, having said that, there are free tools from Microsoft, most notably Visual Web Developer Express Edition. It can help speed your development time and ensure greater accuracy as you type in your JavaScript. And I'm going to demonstrate how that works in the very next video, so make sure you watch that. But then we'll be back to using Notepad for the remainder of this video series. Okay, so we'll see you in the next video. Thank you very much. Hi, I'm Bob Tabor with LearnVisualStudio.net. In this series of lessons, we want to emphasize that you can build HTML5 and JavaScript applications without the need for any special software. However, that being said, there are some free tools from Microsoft that can provide some conveniences and shortcuts to make the experience of web development faster, more organized, and more accurate. So in this lesson, I'm going to download and install Visual Web Developer 2010 Express Edition, and then I'm going to recreate the previous example from Lesson 2 in that new development environment to show you how a world-class software development tool can make your life easier in some key ways. Now, although I'm going to demonstrate this using the 2010 version because that's what's available today, the things I'm going to show you will work and will apply regardless of which version of Visual Web Developer Express Edition you use. So simply put, 10 years from now, if there's still a Visual Web Developer Express Edition available, what I'm about to show you in this video will still apply. Okay? So first of all, we're going to download the Bootstrapper, the installation program, which is called the Web Platform Installer, and it will kick off the download and the installation process of all the components necessary then to install it on your computer. So this is going to take quite a bit of time. I'm going to chop out any tasks that might take more than just a few seconds. So your experience will undoubtedly be a little bit longer than mine during this installation phase. Feel free, if you've already had this installed, to skip ahead, I don't know, 5-10 minutes in the future. Just kind of look and see where we're finished up and where we start writing code. Okay, so here we go. The easiest way to do this is to go to bing.com and to search for Visual Web Developer Express Edition download. And you're going to find potentially multiple results. We want to make sure we're going to some place that has Microsoft.com in the URL. And you may have to click around a little bit to find the button that says Install Now or Install Now. Let's go ahead and click that. This obviously is a way for Microsoft to get into developers' hands a limited version of their full Visual Studio development environment. So for our purposes, we're just going to go ahead and make sure to read the text, and we want to install Visual Web Developer 2010. We're not ready to buy the professional version of Visual Studio just yet, maybe someday. Okay? And so let's go ahead and click Install Now. It's going to ask, do you want to save the bootstrap, the vwd.exe to our hard drive? We're going to click Save. And it's a small program, but it will then launch the Web Platform Installer, which will then complete the installation process. Now, because Visual Web Developer Express Edition is used to create more than just simple HTML5 and JavaScript applications, we can actually create ASP.NET Web Form and ASP.NET Model View Controller, or MVC style applications. It's actually quite a full application. It's going to ask us if we want to also install, let's get to that part here, SQL Server Express Edition. I'm going to go ahead and say, go ahead and install it and make sure that you use Windows Integrated Authentication for now. And then click Continue. And at this point, it's going to begin to download all the components necessary to set up both Visual Web Developer and SQL Server Express Edition. Now, at certain points during the installation process, the user account control notifications may pop up letting you know or asking you, should we allow permissions to the web platform installer to install this particular tool or make this particular setting on a computer? Go ahead and accept all of those as you'll see here in a moment. Sometimes those questions can pop up behind the web platform installer. So if something doesn't happen for a little bit and you're kind of curious, am I missing something here? You may have to move some windows around and you even look between windows to see, hey, is everything still going? Are there any messages that I need to click OK to? So just be forewarned about that. Alright, sometimes when you see a flicker, that could indicate, like I noted earlier, that something needs to be given some permissions. I'm going to go ahead and click allow and allow. And then user account control, click yes. So just be aware of that it can sit for a while. And if you're not quite aware of what's going on, if you don't look through the other windows that might happen to be open, you might miss some of these dialogues. So that happened to me once. Alright, so admittedly it might take 15-20 minutes, but at some point you'll get a confirmation message if it all went smoothly from the web platform installer. So let's go ahead and finish up, exit out of the web platform installer. Let's just shut every single thing down. So to find our application, let's go to the Start button, All Programs, scroll down a tiny bit till we find the Microsoft Visual Studio 2010 Express folder, and then we want to click on Microsoft Visual Web Developer 2010 Express Edition. It's going to ask us to register here in a moment. I'm not going to register at this moment. That's probably a step you should take. Alright, maybe it'll ask me the next time around. But at any rate, you can see that there's a very attractive start page. What we want to do is create a new project. So I'm going to click the new project icon on the start page. There's a number of different ways to do just about everything here. I'm going to go ahead and choose this option. And then what I want to do is select Visual C# Web, and then choose ASP.NET Empty Web Application. Now, we're not going to create any ASP.NET. We're just going to use the empty web application because it doesn't add many files to the template. But at any rate, I want to give this a name, so we'll call this C9JS04, and then click OK. Alright, so Visual Web Developer 2010 Express Edition will have many different windows. The window that we're most interested in at the moment is this Solution Explorer. It's kind of a collection of all the files that belong to a specific project, and each solution can have multiple projects. We discussed this more in our C# series and our Visual Basic series and other series as well. We don't need the property window at all. I could just select to auto hide by unpinning a particular window, at which point it goes off to the right hand side. I can always get back to it by hovering my mouse cursor over it. But at this point, all we really need is the solution area and the Solution Explorer, and then this main area where we'll do the majority of our work. So what I want to do is right click on the project name, the C9JS04, and select Add New Item. The New Item dialog pops up, and what we want to do is create an HTML page. I'm going to call this HTML page simply Default and click the Add button. Alright, by default, you can see that it adds a doc type that we're not familiar with. This is a, as you can see here, XHTML 1.0 transitional doc type, but we want to use HTML5 instead. Now, unfortunately, it doesn't give that to us automatically, so we're going to have to massage this a little bit. In fact, all I really need to do is just rip off this everything over here. We'll get rid of the namespace, and at this point, it should be a valid HTML5 document. Okay? So now let's go ahead and try to recreate the project, and I'm just going to start typing. And when I do, notice that we get a little box that pops up below what I'm typing, and this is called IntelliSense. It does a couple of different things for us. First of all, for longer words, as we'll see in a moment, it will allow us to autocomplete. So we can kind of filter through all the items that start with the letter H or the letter F, for example, and find exactly what it is we're looking for with regards to HTML5 tags. Additionally, it will show me any attributes for the given tag. So in this case, I want to add an ID, and you can see it shows me all the other attributes that I could attach on, or events that can be handled. And so let's call this title. It auto completes the tags. Notice when I use the closing tag, it automatically created the remainder of the closing tag for me. And so we'll just type in JavaScript example. Notice also we get syntax highlighting, that some characters are in a blue color, some are in a dark red color, some are in a light red color, and there's a couple of reasons for that. It helps distinguish what it is you're looking at right now. Instead of just looking at all black text, it kind of helps you delineate, as you're visually scanning through the code, what each element of our web page consists of. And then also these colors have certain meanings, like the tags versus the attributes and so on. Literal strings are in a bright blue color and so on. You can see that as I have the tag selected, it will show me both the starting tag and the ending tag kind of highlighted in this gray background. I can also roll up entire sections. So if I had a large body section and I wanted to kind of remove this, or the head section, I just want to get that out of my visible viewing so I can see more on the screen at one time, I can use these little regions, these little plus and minus icons next to the web page. Let's go ahead and use the Save button. Another nice feature is the fact that we can manage our documents right from the toolbar. We can see all of the files that belong to our project here in the Solution Explorer. So it gives us the ability to manage our project and manage the code in our project a lot more easily than if we were just to use the file system, Notepad, and Internet Explorer by themselves. All right, let's continue on here. And I'm going to create an input. And so notice when I type equals, it shows me all the options that I can choose for a type, an input type. So when I find the one I want, all I need to do then is I don't have to type out the remaining two characters. I can just type on the next logical character after the word text. And whatever is highlighted, whoops, of course I held it a little bit too long. Whatever was highlighted, let's get back to that, will then be auto-completed for me. Pretty neat. All right. So I can speed along my typing quite a bit here by just using a combination of tab keys, of opening and closing double quotes, and open and closing tags, and to the extent that it can, the Visual Web Developer Express Edition will try to determine what I need to type next and help me out in that regard. Let's come back to that in just a moment. All right, let's add a script tag. And if you can't remember what goes in the type, that's made easy by auto-completion again. I'm getting auto for indentation levels, so I can just hit the tab on my keyboard and I don't have to worry about using the space bar like a dozen times to line everything up just absolutely correctly. Another cool feature too, let me just do this real quick. It auto reformatted my code. I attempted to do something that looked like this, but it said, well, most people who write JavaScript follow this convention of leaving the opening curly brace on the previous line. So it helps keep your code in line with what other people typically do when they write JavaScript code. Now, we haven't talked about objects and properties. If you're coming from an object-oriented background, then you'll know that an object has both properties and methods or functions, as well as events. And in this case, IntelliSense is showing me all of the members of the document object. So I can choose get element by ID. I'm using the up and down arrows on my keyboard to find the one I'm looking for, and I'm just going to type in the opening parenthesis. Well, sometimes if you wait too long, things don't work for you. And it will also show you what it expects as an input argument to that given function. In this case, it's expecting an element, and we want to give it my text box as the element. Now notice if I were to leave off the end of the semicolon, like I demonstrated a little bit earlier, and I start typing the next line of code, I will get some notification that things are not quite right. And here again, you see another notification, a green under a squiggly line that says there's an unterminated string constant, because we have not ended our string with a second pair of double quotes. All right. Let's go ahead. Alright, so again, let's save everything. And now when it comes time to test our web page, all we need to do, well, let's do one last thing here. It's called substitute on our onClick method. I think that's right. Okay, so now let's run our application by using the Start Debugging button. And when we do, it makes the launching of our application a little bit easier. Let's not show that again. Here, let's type in hi there, click me, and it works. All right, so the beauty of using Visual Web Developer Express Edition is that everything that's needed for the project is collected into a series of folders on our hard drive automatically for us. We don't have to create any special project structure. All the files are available. If we had folders, subfolders, they would show up here as well. If we ever needed to turn this into an ASP.NET Web Forms or ASP.NET MVC application, we could easily do so. It gives us not only the ability to manage the files in our project, but an easy way to also launch those files for testing purposes using the Start Debugging button. It offers, while we're typing, syntax completion, IntelliSense, and syntax highlighting, automatic formatting of the code, and so on. So there's a lot of benefit to using a real web development tool as opposed to just using Notepad. Having said that, we're going to continue using Notepad because, again, the emphasis here is not on the tool. I don't want to demonstrate all the features of the tool and have lost in the message the simplicity and the ease of writing applications purely with HTML5 and JavaScript. All right, so we've got enough of the foundation work laid. We can start talking about the individual syntax elements of JavaScript, and we'll start doing that in the next video. We'll see you there. Thank you. Hi, I'm Bob Tabor with LearnVisualStudio.net. In this lesson, we're going to cover quite a few JavaScript language syntax items like variables, data types, operators, and expressions. So we have a lot of work to do. Let's go ahead and get started. I want to start off with our template So let's go ahead and open that up. I'm going to right click it and select open with Notepad. If you don't see that option, then use one of the techniques that we used earlier, like opening up Notepad first and then dragging the template into Notepad. I have it set up so that I can right click and select open with Notepad. That'll be a little bit of a shortcut for me. Feel free to add that shortcut if you like. Alright, and so I'm going to change the title. Alright, and let's give ourselves a little more room here. Alright, and we're also going to, in our head section, like we did before, all right, now that we've done all of our setup work, let's talk about variables. We saw this in the previous video, how we were able to create a variable using the var keyword. So here I'm able to create a bucket in the computer's memory called SomeValue. At this point, SomeValue has nothing inside of it. It's empty. It's undefined. If we want to put something in it, we can do something like this. We use the equal sign operator. That is the assignment operator, so that I can assign a value to my variable that's called SomeValue. Now later on in my program, I can change what's in my bucket, what's in my variable, by reassigning it. Here I'm going to change it to my friend's last name, Jaworski. And then I can read the value out of the bucket by simply referencing it by its name. In this case, I'm going to send to screen an alert SomeValue. Let's save this as, so we don't accidentally overwrite our template. That would be bad. All files, and here we want to do C9 JS05.html. All right, now let's look. Double click, and we get a message box that says Jaworski. Great. Alright, so let's go ahead and change our code. Now we have a couple of options. I could just completely delete this code and start over from scratch. And that is definitely an approach we took in the first lesson. However, we can also comment out our code by just using 2 forward slashes in a row, like so. When we create code comments, we're basically telling the JavaScript compiler to ignore this line of code. Don't process it, just act like it never existed. Comments also have an added bonus that we can do something like this to remind ourselves of the purpose of a passage of code. First example, second example, and so on. And nothing we type, and we can use any English. We can even put references to web pages and so on in there, and they will be completely ignored by JavaScript and by the HTML5 document object model as it's created. All right. There's also another way. If you have multiple lines of code that you need to comment out, let's go ahead and just get rid of all this for the moment. We can use a multi-line comment, and to do that we use a forward slash and an asterisk that starts the comment out process, and then we want to make sure it lines up so it's visually appealing to us, and it denotes that all of this is commented out. We have to conclude that section with a star forward slash. So to begin the section of commented out code, forward slash star, and then to finish it, star or asterisk forward slash. And now all of this code will be ignored. All right? So that's the 2 ways that we can comment out code. Great. Now, for another example, up to this point we just, in one line of code, declared a variable, and then later on initialized its value or set its value. But we can do that all in one line of code like so. all in one step. And you can see it indeed works. All right, so now this is something, an idea that we're going to introduce right now, and then later on I'll come back and after we've got some more information under our belt, I'll explain a little bit further. You don't have to use the var keyword. The var keyword is used to denote that we want a function scoped variable. If we want our variable to be scoped at the global level, we can just leave off the var keyword. So I can create some value equals Tabor. And in this simple example, we'll see no change in the behavior of our application. However, when we start working with more complicated applications that involve multiple functions, and we are relying on the scope of our variables to be honored, using the var keyword will become extremely important. Some would say that you should never use global variables at all, therefore you should always use the var keyword. So just keep in mind that there is, you will see some code out on the internet where people don't use the var keyword and just start referencing a variable name without first declaring it with the var keyword. That's because they are scoping it, whether they realize it or not, at the global level instead of a function or a local level. All right, we'll talk about that a little bit later once we've got some more information under our belt. For now, always use the keyword var when creating a variable. All right. Now, we used a nomenclature with a lowercase s for the first letter of the name of our variable, and then we used camel casing from that point on. So it looks like a camel where it ends and begins with a lowercase value, but then in between you might see capitalization throughout. And the reason for this, again, it is a naming convention. Programmers like to use conventions to convey to other programmers or even to remind themselves the purpose of a name of something. Using this lowercase s reminds you that this is a locally scoped variable. It's not to be considered global in its purpose. You can also start a variable using a underscore. So we could call this underscore some value or underscore capital S some value. We could also start with a $sign some value. Those are all legal, but you can't do this $sign space some space value. All right, that's illegal. All right, you might notice also in our previous code and then the code that we've written here that every line that I've written is ended with a semicolon. That's an end of statement character or end of statement operator. You can think of it sort of like a period at the end of a sentence in English. It's a complete thought. And so you communicate that complete thought to the JavaScript compiler by using a semicolon. You could actually fit multiple commands on a single line and separate them each with a semicolon if you wanted to, but that makes your code a little bit unreadable. Now, one of the big departures of JavaScript from other programming languages is that the data type is inferred by the value that's been assigned to the variable. So, for example, in this particular case, since we initialize the value or the variable some value as a literal string of text, as denoted by the open and closing double quotes, some value will be of data type string. So let's have some fun with this. Let us say var my value equals Bob. All right, and then let's do this. We'll use another keyword called the type of operator, which will tell us what the data type of my value is. All right, so you'll see this in just a moment. Let's go ahead and double click our example. And you can see that the data type is string. So by initializing our variable to a literal string, the data type automatically becomes type string. Let's go ahead and comment that out and then try another example. let's rerun our application. And the second data type is a data type number. So we now can create strings and numbers. And notice that numbers have no double quotes around them. If we were to add double quotes around them, it's no longer a number data type, it's rather a string data type. And that's probably not what we want. So numbers can be added together, but if we were to try to add strings together, that's called concatenation. We will get vastly different results if we were to do something like this. Let's go ahead and comment that out. Alright, so you can see I'm creating two variables, both of type number, because I don't add double quotes around the values that I'm assigning to the variables, and then I'm adding those two values together using the addition operator. And then I want to display the result in an alert box. So let's go ahead, and you can see that the result is 3.26. One other note, I can remove the 0.12 off of the end and just use whole numbers, and JavaScript doesn't have a problem with that. You see some strange rounding situation there, but otherwise no issues. However, if we were to make these into strings by adding double quotes around them, what will the result be? 3.14, The 3 is this value here. So it treats my value and other value as string. It concatenates the two together. It basically just adds the number 3 to the very end of this literal string of characters. All right, so let's comment all that out. Let's get back to the matter at hand here. The other data type that we can use is a Boolean. And that's a true or false value. Let's go ahead and refresh. Type is Boolean. We can set it either to true or to false. All right, but what if we were to set it to anything at all? What would the data type be if we just declared the variable but we never assigned it a value? It would be undefined. And undefined is basically a variable that we just simply don't know what the data type is nor what its value is set to. All right, and just to kind of drive this thought home, what if we were to start off with assigning our variable to a literal string using the double quotation marks, but then at some point reassigning its value to a numerical value? Let's see what happens. You can see that the type changes based on the value inside of the variable. So, this would never work. This example would never work in a language like C# without some type coercion going on. However, in JavaScript, that's just how the language works. Okay? All right, so let's move on. Now, I already said a moment ago that a semicolon at the end of a statement is the end of statement operator. It completes a thought, but not everything you throw at JavaScript will be considered a complete thought, only statements. And statements are made up of expressions and expressions are made up of one or more operators and operands. So these are the syntax rules of JavaScript, and most programming languages have similar kinds of rules. So you can't just do something like this. Now, if you were to do something like that line of code, JavaScript might just ignore it. It might not throw an error. It might just do nothing at all. But JavaScript will be thinking to itself, what do you want me to do with this? It's a useless statement. It's not made up of operators and operands. An operand is anything that we give a name to, like a function name or a variable name, or some sort of value, in this case, a number, in this case, a literal string, in this case, a Boolean value. And operators are things like keywords. They're like the assignment operator, the addition or concatenation operator, depending on its context, the end-of-line character, and so on. So statements in JavaScript have to actually do something. A properly formed statement will either declare, initialize, or assign a value to a variable, or retrieve a value, like we saw earlier, or it will call some sort of built-in or custom function, or it will evaluate a value against some other value to determine equality, like we did with our if statement back in lesson number 2, and so on. And so operators and operands, we've already seen several operators at work. We pointed them out, like the assignment operator we've used here. This type of looks like a keyword, but it's actually an operator, and there's a bunch of others. For example, let's go back to some other operators that you're probably very familiar with. So let's go var sum value equals 5, and then let's go sum value equals 5 plus 7. So we're using the addition operator there. Sum value equals 5 minus 7, so that's a subtraction operator. Sum value equals 5 times 7, the multiplication operator. Sum value equals 5 divided by 7, so that is the division operator. Here is an increment operator, so using two pluses next to each other, we'll take the current value of some value and then add 1 to it. Similarly, we can have the decrement operator, two minus signs next to each other. And we can use some shortcut syntax. So something like the increment operator, we can take the value of some value and then add 7 to it. So this is roughly the equivalent of doing this line of code. Equals sum value plus 7. We're just able to shorten it with this syntax, okay? And the same would be true of minus equal, times equal, divided by, then equal, and so on. All right, moving on, and I realize at this point this example is not going to work. We'll probably have to comment out a lot of this code to actually get it to run. We've already talked about string concatenation. Let me just kind of make sure that we're on the same page there. Concatenation, okay. So here we're going to go sum value equals Bob plus, so the context determines what this operator will do, whether it'll be math for an addition or string concatenation where we'll actually append strings together. In this case, I'm appending together the literal string Bob plus an empty character plus Tabor. All right. We already took a look at this where we're able to take Bob plus or actually, I don't think we did this. Let's do this. What happens in this case where we're taking something that's defined as a literal string and using the concatenation or the addition operator to a numeric value? Which will it be? a string or a mathematical operator, or concatenation or a addition operator. Let's do this. Let's get rid of some stuff here. I'm going to use that mass comment out multi-line comment character to just comment out all this code we wrote prior to that. Let's go var some value, and here, alert some value. Let's see what happens here. And let's refresh. All right, notice what it does. It treats 3.14 as a string and concatenates the two together. So there's some coercion going on to say, well, since we can't add the number Bob to the number 3.14, what we can do is change 3.14 to become a string. Maybe that's what the programmer wanted us to do. And so JavaScript then concatenates, coerces 3.14 into a string, and then appends them together. Okay. All right, so we've already talked about keywords, special keywords in the JavaScript language like var, and we've seen other ones like the if, and we'll get to some of the other ones later. There's also several built-in functions and methods. We've talked about the alert function. And notice every time that we call a function, we use an opening and closing parenthesis. Now, why is that? It's because those parentheses are operators. They're the function invocation operators. If you attempt to just call alert without that, I'm not even sure it'll work. Let's just try it for fun. Let's see what happens. It might work, but we're not going to get any results that we would expect. All right, it doesn't even work because we didn't invoke the function. We didn't execute the function. In order to execute the function, you have to have the right operators, which are the opening and closing parentheses. We'll talk more about functions and the importance of these parentheses when declaring or defining a custom function as well. All right, so we covered a couple of the built-in functions so far, like alert and get element by ID in one of the previous lessons. We couldn't possibly cover all the built-in functions available in JavaScript in this series, but if you want a reference card or some sort of listing, just go to Bing and search for JavaScript built-in functions, and you'll find many different sites that list dozens of built-in JavaScript functions, and you can learn their capabilities. Many of them are based around mathematical type of functions, or dealing with strings, like splitting them apart, choosing subsections or substrings from a literal string, and so on. All right. So one last topic before we wrap up, and I want to talk about escaping strings. So what if, for example, we want to do something like this? I want to say my so-called life. All right. What's going to happen here? Well, let's see what happens. All right, nothing at all happens because we have a syntax error. And the syntax error, well, let's let our F12 tools tell us what happened. All right, so we can see that it expected an end-of-line character, and that's not all that helpful, but basically what it's telling us is that it expected this to be one complete string. It would have expected the next character to either try to append something to it or to end the line, or whatever the case might be. Now, we intended for this to be one literal string, and in the middle of that literal string to use that character, that double quote character again, so that it prints it off the screen correctly. In order to get this to work correctly, we're going to have to use an escape character, which is the backslash. When I use the backslash in front of the double quote character, in both of these cases. It won't treat them as a double quote, it'll treat them as a literal double quote, so that if we hopefully do this right, refresh the page, you can see it embeds the double quotes inside correctly. Awesome. And there are some other ways, some other applications of this as well. Let's comment that out and go to the next line. And this time I'm going to create a literal string by using single quotes. Now I recommend that you always use double quotes for literal strings and single quotes whenever you need to pass a value as an argument into a function. Talk more about that later. It doesn't may not mean much to you now, but you can declare a literal string by just using single quote marks. So I could do this. And I'll come back to that in a moment, pretty sure this will work. Let's go ahead and just get this simple example working. And that works. But what if I wanted to add the single quote into this? And you can see it won't work at all. If we were to go to the script, we would get that same error message. And the reason is because we need to put the backslash single quote. That turns it into a literal single quote, not a literal string operator. Okay, so now this will work. Yep, it does. Great. And one last escape sequence that we can use with literal strings is to use the line feed or the return character. So /r or \r is the return character, and that's roughly equivalent to the new line character, so /n. And we'll see the results of this. Let's refresh one more time. Bob was here. It put each word on a separate line because of the return escape sequence or the new line escape sequence, which in this particular case is roughly the same. All right, so I think that's enough for this lesson. In this lesson, to recap, we talked about declaring variables and initializing their values. We talked about the data types that are inferred for your variables based on the data that is currently inside of that variable. We talked about a variable just being a space in the computer's memory where we can store stuff and retrieve it at some later time. We looked at what happens when you don't have anything inside of a variable. It becomes undefined. We don't know its type and we don't know its value, right? Then we talked about the various simple data types: string, number, Boolean, also the undefined data type, if that's truly a data type. We'll learn about some other more complicated data types like object, function, which is really object, and array, which is really object. Okay, a little bit later on. We talked about the various operators and looked through just quite a few of them. The mathematical operators, some of the string operators. We looked at escape sequences. We talked about how to write properly formed JavaScript, expressions, make up statements, and an expression is a combination of operators and operands. We said operators are things that have names like our variable, or they have values like our literal strings or our numerical values. And then the operators are all those other things that we kind of glue those together with. And together they form complete thoughts or complete statements inside of JavaScript. All right, so that's enough for this lesson. We'll see you in the next one. You're doing great. Hang in there. Thank you. Hi, I'm Bob Tabor with LearnVisualStudio.net. In this video, we're going to look at conditional logic in JavaScript. Most programming languages have some notion of writing conditional logic so that you can test a condition and then execute different paths of code or different blocks of code based on the results of that test that you do. And so we'll demonstrate a couple different kinds of of logic expressions. First of all, the most popular one, the if, else statement. We're going to look at a ternary operator, which is a nice inline conditional statement. And then finally, we'll look at the switch statement. We're also going to take a look at the different equality operators that are available, greater than, less than. We'll look at how to add two conditions together in the same if statement, for example, using the and symbol and the or symbol. We'll also look at the difference between two equal signs and three equal signs together. One of them is considered evil, and so we'll talk about why that is in this video. And then we'll also discuss the notion of truthy and falsy values in JavaScript whenever you're evaluating equality. All right, so let's go ahead and get started. I'm going to start with Notepad, and let's start with our template, and let's save this as c9js_06.html. And then I'm just going to replace this title, just pasting in the title of our lesson here. And so to get started, let's add our script section. And we want to make sure to add our type equals text/JavaScript. And we are ready to go. Okay. So first of all, let's just create, and I'm just going to leave everything against the left-hand side instead of creating, having to indent over properly. If we were using Visual Web Developer Express Edition or some other tool, it would format it nicely for us. I want to save the time and not worry about that from this point on. All right, so just understand that if I were doing this, I would probably want to take a little more professional approach at formatting, but I just want to speed through this. So we're going to create two variables, some value equals 24, and then var other value equals 23. And we'll use those and test them. For example, we've already seen the if statement at work. Let's just do this. So here we're going to test some value to see if it's greater than 30. If it is, then we'll execute the block of code that's defined by the opening and closing curly braces. So notice the use of the opening and close parentheses to isolate the expression that we want to evaluate. That expression is either going to be true or false. And if it is true, then we'll execute this line of code, which is, we'll just call this first case. So let's save that. And will we expect this to work? I don't think it will pop up an alert box. It doesn't. And so let's change it around from a greater than symbol to a less than symbol. And then try it again. And this time, first case does indeed work. Great. All right, so if we need to check multiple cases, then we can do something like this. And I'll change this back. Else if some value is less than 30, then, so we can use this else space if to test a second condition. Let's try that. All right, we see second case. Good. Now we've already tried this before with the two equal sign, which means it's a test for equality, and we'll talk about that versus that. We're going to get in the habit of typing 3 though from this point on. Okay, 3 equal signs in a row for equality. And let's see how this works. All right, second case fires, but the third case does not. Even though some value is indeed 24, why didn't this execute? Well, once a condition is satisfied, as was satisfied in this case, then it won't even attempt any other cases from that point on. So that's why this third case was completely ignored. If we were to change this around a little bit, we would see it working. So in this case, let's just we'll change that to equals instead, just to make sure that this indeed works. For the third case, it does. Great. All right, so just keep that in mind, that once a case is satisfied, it will jump out or break out of the if structure that you've written. All right, and then there's also the catch-all, which is just the else keyword by itself. And so if none of these conditions are true, then this will fire. Now we wouldn't expect that in this particular instance unless we change some of these around. Here, we can do that. We'll go ahead and change that to that, and now we'll see it. The catch-all case fire off. Great. Okay. Let's comment all this out using the multi-line comment. And here, let's try something different. What if we wanted to evaluate two values at the same time? So some value is greater than 20, and we want to make sure that some other value is greater than 20 as well. So the double ampersands together are the AND operator, which means this expression and this expression have to both equate to true, and if they do, then you can execute and satisfy that case. Here's another option. We can use the OR, which are two pipe symbols. The pipe symbol is over the backslash character on your keyboard. So if it's equal to 24, or the other value is equal to, oops, I already went back on what I told you to do. Let's do that. Other value equals 24. Then, alert. Let's go ahead and just move that ending multi-line comment down one. So now, if this is true, or this is true, then execute this block of code. All right, and at least one of those were true. And while you may not think that this is all that useful, you will be using this quite frequently in your applications. You need to be able to branch to decide and make logic decisions in your applications whether you should perform this operation or that operation. We'll see that as our examples get a little more complicated. Okay, so let's just move this down a little more. And I want to talk about one more thing with regards to the equality operators. Up to this point, we've been looking at just either 2 or 3 values to see if they equal a given value, right? But you can also do the opposite. So this is if some value is equal to 24, you can say if some value is not equal to 24, in which case then if this equates to true, then execute this block of code. All right, so it's either that if you're using the evil operators, or that and exclamation mark with 2 equal signs if you're using the good equality operator. All right, next up, we also want to talk about, let's redefine some value as false. And now we can just do, here, let's comment this out. If not some value. All right, so this is roughly the equivalent of saying if some value is false. We can just do this instead, and it's the exact same thing. Okay? All right, and you'll see all of these used often in code examples in books and online as well. All right, So let's move on to another type of logic statement, the ternary operator or conditional operator. It evaluates an expression and it will either, it'll either give you, let's do this, one value or another based on whether the evaluation is truthy or falsy. And we'll talk about those ideas in just a moment. So my result equals some value equal to 24 equal not equal. All right, and then alert my result. Let's run this first just to make sure it works, and then I'll talk about what it does. All right, and it says that those are indeed equal. All right, so this conditional or ternary operator is checking this expression. And if the expression is truthy, then it will return this portion of the operator. Otherwise, if it's falsy, it will return this portion of the operator. So in this case, this expression equated to true, therefore it took the value, the literal string equal, and assigned it to the variable myResult. And that's what got printed out in our alert box, okay? All right, so let's now talk about what truthy and falsy really are. Admittedly, I don't know every language that's ever been created, but in my experience, JavaScript has this unique idea of truthy versus falsy values. So there are values that are considered falsy. Things like the value false, which is the Boolean value false, not the string value false with double quotes around it, okay? Then also undefined. So when a variable has no value, that's considered falsy. The number 0 is considered falsy. And then also the not a number, NaN, which you'll see if you were to take a value and divide it, a numeric value and divide it by a string, you'll get not a number as a response, and that's considered a falsy value. If it's not for that, false, undefined, 0, or not a number, it's considered truthy instead. So here, let's have some fun with this notion. In fact, I'm going to show you a new feature of our F12 developer tool. So make sure that you are currently set up to see the F12 developer tools in Internet Explorer. What we're going to do is go to the console tab, and if you see on the console tab, there's this little area to type in at the very bottom of the window. That's what we're going to work in. So I'm going to do something like this. So my result equals false. All right, so I don't have that in parentheses, but I certainly could do that. That expression will equal false, right? No doubt about it. So is that truthy or is that falsy? All right. So notice in the console window, we can execute just individual lines of JavaScript. It's pretty neat. In this case, when I executed this line of JavaScript, it returned the value falsy because indeed false is a falsy value. All right, let's do something else kind of interesting here. First of all, let's just see what happens when we do type of 24 divided by Bob, okay? And we'll get the value not a number. All right, so if I were to do this, my result equals 24 divided by Bob. And now I'm going to evaluate whether it's truthy or falsy. And it returns falsy. Why? Because not a number is a falsy value. Furthermore, let's do this. So we're going to look at the value undefined. Is it truthy or falsy? It's falsy. Now, let's do this. My result. So you can see this console is a great way to just experiment with JavaScript and to learn the syntax, especially when you're just trying to learn one statement, one line of code at a time. All right, so finally, here's what I want to do. Type of some undefined variable All right, so what's the type of some undefined variable? It should be undefined. So we would expect what? It to be falsy? Well, it's truthy. How is that even possible? Well, the type of operator returns a string value, and the string value in this case is the word, the literal string, undefined, and therefore that is a truthy value. Everything that's not a number, 0, false, or what was our other one there? The value undefined is going to be truthy. Okay, so that's a little bit of a gotcha there at the very end. Very good. Let's move on here. I want to talk about the difference between the 3 equal signs and the 2 equal signs. Let me just illustrate this with another one of these. So 3 is equal to 3. So 3, the number, is equal to the string of 3. Is that true? Or is that false? Whoops, I typed that out a little bit incorrectly there. I needed an equal sign. Sorry about that. This should work. There we go. True. But they're not the same. One is a number and one is a string, like we learned when we were talking about variables. Well, that is the issue with the equality operator that only uses 2 equal signs. It will coerce one of the values or both of them to try to get them to match up. Whereas if we use 3, like so, it will not attempt to coerce the data types so that the values are equal. It'll say, one's a number, one's a string, you're on your own, buddy, okay? So that is the fundamental difference. It also applies to the not equal in both cases as well. All right, so just keep that in mind. So I guess the moral of the story is that many JavaScript experts would say you should never, or infrequently at least, use the 2 equal sign or the bang equal sign for equality instead of preferring the triple equal sign or the bang equal sign for inequality. Okay. All right, so let's continue on here. Let's do one final example. Let's talk about the switch statement. And the switch statement is a lot like the if statement, except it's laid out a little cleaner for some scenarios. Otherwise, it's pretty much can be used interchangeably. And here I'm going to use document.write. We haven't used this yet. And it's just going to append some information inside of the web page itself. It's not going to pop up an alert box. It'll just write it at the very top of our HTML page. And then default. Okay, and so in this case, let's Save this and let's double click. And you can see that this message displayed because when evaluating username in the switch statement, it looked for each case, and once it found the case that applied to it, it executed that line of code. We add a break statement to jump out of any further evaluation of our switch statement and continue executing any code that comes after it. Like we had earlier when we were working with the else statement by itself, we said that was a catch-all. Similarly, we have a default statement, so if nothing else applied, so for example, if we were to just add a number after Rimmer's name and then execute this, we would see the default condition would apply. All right, and you can get this to do some pretty silly things, like evaluate 2 conditions in the case rather than just one in the following extreme code example. And I'm going to go ahead and do this because we're going to get to see a built-in object to JavaScript called the date object. And here's where it gets silly. I'm going to evaluate the value of true. And now we just have to find the case that will match up and equate to true, or evaluate as true. So here we're able to use the AND operator to test the first case. Is current hour between 8 and 12? If so, write this message. So let's see what we get here. All right, so the strategy again, just to recap this, is to find the case that equates to true. And once we find that case that equates to true, it's kind of a reverse from what we were attempting to do here. The matching is kind of in the reverse order. So let's see how this works. All right, and since this is the afternoon, after lunch when I'm recording this video, I see this message. All right, great. All right, so I think that we have definitely covered the fundamentals of conditional logic in JavaScript, and we talked about quite a few things, not the least of which were the if, else if, else statement, the ternary or conditional operator, the switch statement, like we just looked at, some different variations on all of those, looking at the and the or operators, looking at the equality operators, greater than, less than, not. We didn't talk about not greater than, but you can just put an exclamation mark greater, an exclamation mark less, greater or equal to, less than or equal to. We talked about the difference between 2 equal signs and 3 equal signs. One will coerce the data and one won't. That's why the double equal sign is considered evil. We looked at a bunch of different cases. We looked at the console window inside of the F12 tools and how useful that is just for executing some simple code that we want to see what will happen and what we'll evaluate it to. And then we talked extensively about truthy and falsy values in JavaScript, kind of a unique notion. All right, so we're doing great. I know these are long videos to start off with, but the concepts will start becoming easier now that we have a lot of the fundamentals under our belt. We'll see you in the next video. You're doing great. Thank you. Hi, I'm Bob Tabor with LearnVisualStudio.net. In this lesson, we're going to talk about functions. We'll look at some simple cases of functions, and we'll look at passing arguments to functions. We'll look at the argument object that allows us to pass in an infinite number of arguments into a function. Then we'll look at some advanced cases, looking at function literals, so assigning an entire function to a variable and then using that variable all over the place to call into that function. And then we'll also talk about anonymous functions, functions that have no name. So a function is simply a block of code that's executed as a complete unit of work. It's typically used to organize code that you'll want to reuse over and over within your application. It's also good for organizing a given piece of functionality or chunk of functionality into a single spot, give it a name, and then be able to use it from anywhere within your application. Now that's the most simple definition I can provide. As you get into the more complex cases, that doesn't always ring true. There's other reasons to create functions, but we'll leave that for another time. There's also one other note that we're not going to talk about in this video with regards to functions, and that is variables that are defined within functions using the var keyword. We've already alluded to the var keyword a little bit earlier about function scope and global scope. Still don't want to get into that topic just yet. We'll get to that soon. I'll reserve a whole video for that topic a little bit later. All right. So let's start off with our usual work here. Let's open up Notepad and then get our template in there, and then we'll want to save as c9js07.html, and let's change this to, and we'll copy that and put it in our h1. Now we're all set. Let's get our script tags in place. Great. And then also we don't want to forget our type equals text / JavaScript. Great. All right. Again, I'm going to leave the indentation all the way to the left for my own convenience, pointing out that that is not the way you typically want to write your code. You want to use indentations. Okay. But at any rate, let's go ahead and start and create a very simple function. We'll use the keyword function, and we'll give it a simple name, my new function. Typically, you want to give your functions meaningful names. This is not a very meaningful name, but hopefully it'll suffice for the moment. And now, inside of the function, inside of the opening and closing curly braces that define this block of code, we're going to give this block of code a name, or rather, we've already given it a name, my new function. Now we're going to give it some functionality, and we're just going to keep it easy. Now, to invoke my new function, all I need to do is call it by its name. Using the opening and closing parentheses, these are the function invocation operator, like we talked about earlier. We'll talk about their purpose here in just a moment when declaring or defining the function. Let's go ahead and save and make sure that we have JavaScript working at this point. Awesome, we do. All right, so we could call our function from here, or if we were to, for example, input type equals button, or submit rather, on click equals my new function, and let's put the value equals click me. All right, so you saw from that example that I was able to execute this function when our document loaded, and then also whenever I clicked the click me button. So it's reusable code. It can be used multiple times. Great. So that's the first version, our simple version of our function. All right, let us define a new function. We'll give it the same name. But this time I'm going to add an argument to the function. And an argument is a parameter that's passed into the function for use inside of the function. So this is how I'm going to use it in this case. Now I can use it in many different ways depending on the value I expect to be passed in and what I hope to do with it once I get a hold of it. It's used much like a variable. So whatever value is, and I can name it anything I want. Let's name it my value just to prove that. Let's change that to my value. All right. Now, whenever I go to call my new function, I need to pass it a value. In this case, I'm passing it a string value of partner. Make sure to spell it correctly. There we go. Howdy partner. Great. All right, so we're able to define an argument and then use the argument's value inside of the body of our function. Great. All right, let's take a little departure here and let's create a simple function called add. We have two arguments, and I can define as many arguments as I want to when I declare or define my function. In this case, I'm going to return the result of first number plus second number. This return value means once it's called, it's going to return back some value, or we could just remove that altogether and it will prematurely come to the end of execution. So there might be some lines of code like we saw when we were looking at the if statement earlier. We might have additional code here, or we can circumvent it by calling the return early. In this case, I'm going to return a value from a function. And so I'll do this now. Var my result equals add 1 and 2. And then we'll go alert my result. And we get the result of 3. Great. So again, we can pass in more than one parameter, and then we can return a value at the end of the execution of the function. We can capture the value that's been returned and save it into a variable, and in this case I'm merely displaying that variable in an alert box. Great. Let's continue on. Now I can define a different version of my add method or add function that will allow me to pass any number of arguments into it, and it will add them all. So here I'm going to create a temporary value. I'm going to assign it the value of 0. Automatically, whenever you create a function, it has a built-in object that we can reference called the arguments object, and it will have every value passed in through the arguments for the given function. So you can go ahead and pass as many arguments as you want to in a function, and we can then, even if you don't define them in the function themselves. Now I'm going to use some odd looking syntax. We're going to come back to this syntax later when we talk about looping. Don't want to talk about what it does just at the moment. Just know that we're going to loop around and look at every argument that is passed into our add method. And again, we'll talk about this for loop a little bit later. Also, I'm going to use this strange open square bracket, close square bracket syntax. And we'll talk about what that does again a little bit later. It's an array. And we'll talk about arrays in its own video. But for now, let's just look at the fact that there's an argument object that lets us add as many different arguments as we want to. So we can do add 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 together, okay? And we could keep going if we wanted to. But let's see what that gets us. And clearly I've done something wrong here. Let's take a look at it. It's arguments. There we go. And adding up all those numbers, it comes out to 15. Great. All right, so let's comment all that out and continue on here. All right, so functions have a built-in arguments object, which allows us to get out each of the arguments that we pass in, even if we don't define them up front. Moving on. Here's a fun little exercise. All right, so this is a slightly different take on creating the function. Now, we've given a function a name in the past, but that's not what's going on here. Here we're defining a function, but then immediately assigning it to a variable. This variable is of type object. It's a special type of object, a function object. From that point on, we can then use that function object in the rest of our application and call into it just like we would if we had given the function a name on its own. In fact, we could even do, here, let's just run it like this, and I'm going to do one more variation on it to show you how it works. All right, so 3, add 1 plus 2 equals 3, right? All right, so now let's do this. Let's give this function a name of Bob. And now let's comment this out. Var my new value equals Bob 1 and 2. 1, 2. There we go. Let's see if this works. All right, this doesn't work at all. And the reason is because we have defined a function literal at the moment when we assigned our function to the variable add me. So it just ignores the other name that we give it. We can just delete it. It doesn't matter anymore. Again, the importance here is this is called a function literal, and you might think, why in the world would I even need to know that? The truth of the matter is that this is used all the time in JavaScript. Code examples you'll see online will use this often. It's very handy because you can assign a function to a variable and then pass that as, say, for example, an argument into another function or into for use in another context. So as our examples get more complex, we'll see where this kind of benefits us. All right. So let's just continue on for now and know that that is how we create a function literal. And let's talk about one last type of function called an anonymous function. All right, so let's start off. And at this point, our function looks exactly like what we did here. We just haven't assigned it to a variable yet. And so at this point, this function is called an anonymous function. You're going to see when we work with jQuery that anonymous functions are used all the time. Now, in a very simple case, a little bit difficult to demonstrate how useful it could possibly be. Trust me, used all the time. We'll get to that. Stay with us until we get into like video 15, 16 there, and you'll see this pop up all over the place. But just to show you how this might work, let's go ahead and wrap this in a pair of parentheses, and then I can call this anonymous function like so. Now, by itself, it won't really do anything. I guess I could just do var my result equals. So notice I'm defined my anonymous function, and then I'm going to execute that anonymous function by passing in 2 arguments here. Again, this is pretty funky stuff, right? And then we can do alert my result. But this is an important concept because we're going to see this pop up again and again in JavaScript. All right, so that worked. Now, we can just get rid of, in fact, let's just copy some of this stuff out right here. I'm going to paste it here, and I'm going to get rid of that example. And instead of creating a variable to store the value, let's just call alert with another set of parentheses around all of this, and then save it. And let's just change this from 1 to 3 just to show you that there's nothing up my sleeve here. And then execute this, and we should see the value of 4 execute in the alert box. All right, so look how compact we made that through the use of an anonymous function, executing it immediately, all in the context of an alert. A call to the alert function. All right? All right, so there is a point to this final example. Functions don't need names. They can be defined and passed around anonymously, and again, we'll see examples of this soon. All right, so several different variations on the notion of creating functions in JavaScript. Hopefully nothing here blew you away. You'll use each of these different types at various points. And as I said earlier, functions are really central to how JavaScript operates, whereas classes and objects are more central to other languages like C# and Visual Basic and so on. All right, you're doing great. Continue to push forward. We're getting closer to some really meaty stuff. See you in the next video. Thank you. Hi, I'm Bob Tabor with LearnVisualStudio.net. In this lesson, we're going to talk about JavaScript arrays. We've already seen an array in the previous lesson, and I kind of glossed over it and said, pay no attention to that for right now. Well, I think it's a good time to talk about it. If you recall this line of code where we wrote against the arguments object, and we said we can access each item in the array of arguments that are passed in. So we passed in 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. We used a loop statement, which is still coming soon. Hold on, we'll get there. To access each element of the arguments array or the arguments object. So the arguments array, or actually it's implemented as an object, but it works the same basic way. It's basically a variable that has compartments that hold other variables. So it's a bucket that contains other buckets that contain values inside of them, okay? And it's a convenient way of storing multiple related values together in one place. So let's start over and create some simple examples of arrays, and you can see how they work, and then hopefully that example will make a little bit more sense. So let's start off the way that we always do, creating from our template a new web page. This time we're going to call this c9js underscore 08.html. Click save. And here we want to go 8 JavaScript arrays. Get this set up so we remember the work that we've done. And we want to set up our script tag like always. Great. Okay. So let's start off with defining a array. We're going to call this candidates equals open and close square braces and then a semicolon. So now we've created a new variable of type array, and it's empty at this point, so we need to initialize it with some values. And the way that we do that is to use an index to access or to create an element inside of the array. They're zero based, so we start with the number 0. And then we can access each element of the array, each bucket in the array, using its index, 0, 1, and so on. Furthermore, if we want to read a value out of the array, we access it the same way by using the name of the array and then using one of the indexes to grab an element of that array. So we want to get to the second element of the array with index 1. Let's see what we get. All right, let's take a look at our code here. And it should be candidates, not candidate. And let's try it again. There we go. All right, so that's how we define an array. That's how we access each element of the array through its indexes using square brackets all the way. All right, so let's comment out all of this, because there's an easier way to at least initialize, to declare and initialize all in one step. So let's do this. Looks the same so far, right? We'll use an open square bracket, and now we can simply, in the case of an array of strings, we can just start typing in some strings. And I could create as many as I want to here, but I'm just going to stop at 3. And so the same thing still applies if I were to use that same syntax. This time it chooses a different item in my array because I've defined them, and it keeps them in order. So this would be element 0, element 1, element 2, and so on. Okay. All right, so now I've shown you 2 arrays. Each of them are using just strings, but you can use any data type. In fact, you can even mix data types. So let's do this. I'm going to use that date object again. We're going to pass in a real date, let it parse it. So we're passing it in as a string. So here we're going to create our array. And I'm using 3 different data types. I'm using a string, a number, and then an object. It just happens to be an object of type date. We haven't talked about looping, but I think in this case, again, I just want to loop through each item easily inside of my array. And so here I'm going to spit out some HTML just using the line break. And I'll be able to easily get to each item in my array as I loop through each item in my value. We'll talk about the loop again, the for loop, a little bit later. And I left off the S again, so let's fix that and try it again. There we go. And we're able to loop through and print out the value of each item, the string value, the numeric value, and the date value using the document.write function. Okay. Now there's a different type of an array that we can use as well, and they're called associative arrays. Let me type that out. And it allows us to do something like this. Whoops. And then, instead of using a numeric index, we can just use a string index or a string to index into that particular item in our array. And it's associative because now we can just associate the list with an easy to access string, like so. There we go. Sawyer's number is 15. Great. All right. So that just about does it. That's about all you need to know really about arrays in JavaScript. From simple arrays, just declaring them, using indexes to access individual elements of the array. Same here. In this example where we're retrieving the value instead of setting the value. Here we are initializing and declaring all in one line of code, using different data types in a single array and creating associative arrays where we can use a lookup value, a string, in order to get at a given element of the array. All right, very good. All right, so we're going to continue pushing forward. Our knowledge is growing little by little, but we're doing awesome. See you in the next video. Thank you. Hi, I'm Bob Tabor with LearnVisualStudio.net. In this lesson, we're going to talk about looping statements in JavaScript. I'm afraid I've kind of already spoiled the fun since we've seen several examples of looping, or sometimes called iteration statements in JavaScript. But for the sake of completeness in this lesson, we're going to talk about the while statement, the do while, the for, and the for in statements. And then we'll talk about the differences between them. All right, so let's go ahead and get started. And we'll start by opening up Notepad and working with our template. All right, and here we'll want to do looping statements. Work with our script tag. type equals text JavaScript. Great. All right, I think we're ready to go here. All right, so let's first of all start working with an array. We learned about arrays in the previous lesson. We'll need to loop through something, so why not create a playlist of our favorite bands? So here we go, or at least my favorite bands. You can insert your own if you like, but you really should listen to these bands. They're pretty good. And feel free to skip ahead if you want to. All right, so now let's start off with just a simple while statement. And it works something like this. And it's important while you're looking at some of these different iteration statements to see the nuanced differences between each of them. They each serve a purpose. They didn't just create multiple different ways of doing the exact same thing, although the result in this particular case will look exactly the same. The fact of the matter is that there is a nuanced difference, and so you want to choose the right tool for the job, and understanding what the differences between the tools are goes a long way towards accomplishing that, right? One thing we didn't talk about with regards to arrays in the previous lesson was that you can find out how many elements are in the array by using the length property. So we use the period at the end of playlist, so dot length, similar to what we did with the strings to find out how many characters were in a literal string, right? So I think one thing is the key whenever you're working with iteration statements. Many times there's going to be an iterator. The for will work exactly the same. And so we'll need to initialize that value to 0. And then we want to make sure, in this case, that we will continue to execute this code until this expression is no longer true. Once it's false, in other words, once I is equal to or greater than playlist.length, which we would expect to be what? Well, there are 4 items in our array. So once I equals 5, then we should break out of this loop. Now, actually, that's a little bit incorrect. Since we're starting at 0 and we're incrementing at 1 at each time, and since each index is 0 based, this will actually turn out to be 4, and then we will no longer be true and will break out, but we'll still be able to access each item, each element of our playlist array by, again, using that iterator, that variable that we set up here and calling I throughout our document. So each time we loop through, we'll increment the iterator by 1, allowing us to get the next item in the array. Okay, so let's see it in action. All right, and so you can see using document.write, we're looping through and printing to screen each of the items in our playlist array. Great. Let's go ahead and comment that out. The next thing we want to look at is a do while. Or we can actually change this and remove this and just make it while some result, because that will infer that. Okay. All right, so here's the fundamental difference between while and do while. You can see that I'm setting the value of result equal to false. We'll execute this block of code and then say, go back and do it one more time as long as some result is true. Now, some result is true. Now, since some result is false, because we set it up here, it'll break out immediately. But it will allow us to execute this block at least one time. Let's see it in action. Okay, there you go. Not exciting in this particular small case, but there will be occasions where we want it to execute at least one time and only continue executing if some case is satisfied, if some expression is satisfied. Okay? Moving on, and this is probably the most complicated of any of our examples here, is the for loop, because there's just so many parts to it. But it's also one of them that's used the most frequently. Now, as I'm typing this, try to figure out what's going on here before I go to explain it. Okay, so you can see that there is quite a long expression of code here between the open and closing parentheses. And there's three parts to this. As you can see, they're separated by the two semicolons. And the way it's to be understood is to execute and continue to execute this block of code as long as this statement is true. So here we're going to initialize the value of I. We're setting it equal to 0. Then we're going to do this check. As long as this expression is true, execute this line of code, and once you've finished executing it, increment the iterator by 1. All right? And so that's what allows it to access each item in our playlist array. Let's see it in action. Again, the result will be the same as the while at the very beginning, but the way that this was accomplished was much different. We'll talk about the differences in just a minute. Finally, you saw in the previous lesson how we used the for in. So let's do that right now. All right, so what will happen is we will loop through once for every element inside of this array playlist. There's a lot that's going on under the hood, behind the scenes, that we don't have to see. The result is similar to what we've seen up here, but we don't have to worry about creating the iterator or incrementing the iterator. That's all inferred with this keyword in. So for every item I inside of the playlist, for every element I inside of the playlist, go ahead and assign the current I to that number, whether it's 0, 1, 2, 3, how many times you've looped through already, so that we can use that then in the body of our code here to access one of the elements of our array. Let's see it in action. And again, it works. Great. All right, so we have 4 different statements to choose from: while, do while, the for loop, and the for in statement. What are the differences? Well, You choose the right tool for the job, and it depends really what you want to do. Do you need to iterate through an entire array? Then you would probably want to use the for in. I think that's the easiest, most obvious syntax. Do you need to iterate through a block of code a preset number of times or control the manner in which the iteration happens? Then you probably want to use the for loop. We can, for example, start at the playlist length, and as long as I is greater, and we can decrement it. I think something, if that doesn't work just off the top of my head, something like it would work. So we go in reverse order. Let's see if we can make that work. All right, and after a few passes, you can see I came up with the right formula to go backwards through our playlist. And so that's just a feature of the for loop as opposed to the for in. I can take control of how the iteration goes. I can also step through and play every other item or display every other item in the playlist because I have more control over how things are iterated, how things are initialized, and so on. Okay? Do you need to iterate through an indeterminate number of times based on some logic that's inside of the body of the loop itself? Then you probably either want to use the while statement or the do while. The do while we've already seen, it'll at least execute the passage of code or the block of code one time. All right, so those are your 4 different looping statements that are available in JavaScript. Hopefully now some of those previous exercises, if you were to go back and look at them, if they didn't make a lot of sense before, they should make sense now that we've talked about looping and arrays. All right, so let's continue pushing forward, doing great. We'll see you in the next video. Thank you. Hi, I'm Bob Tabor with LearnVisualStudio.net. In this lesson, we'll talk about global scope versus function scope. And the idea is simple and the video is short because I don't want to make it seem any harder than it really is. However, if you're coming from a programming background, JavaScript may not behave the way that you might expect it to in this regard. For example, if you're a C# or Visual Basic programmer, undoubtedly you have some familiarity with the notion of a block level scope. However, JavaScript has its own unique rules around scope, namely function scope, which disregards the block of code where a variable is declared and allows it to be used or referenced anywhere inside of the function. Now, if you're not already a programmer, scope simply refers to the context, or rather the availability of a given variable inside of your code. If the variable is defined with a global scope, it'll be available anywhere in your JavaScript code. And remember, the way you define a global variable is to simply start using it without the use of the var keyword. However, variables that are defined with the var keyword, function scope variables inside of a function, can only be seen and utilized inside of that function. So what we're going to do in this lesson is just create a couple of examples to fully flesh this out, and so we're on the same page and we understand the ins and outs of scope. And there might be a wrinkle or two as we continue on in the series, but I think we're going to find that those edge cases are fairly simple to understand once we get this basic concept down. So as you can see, I've already taken the liberty of getting started. I have used our template to create a new web page called c9js_10.html. I've already replaced the h1 in the title, and I've already added the script type equals text JavaScript and the closing script tag, and I'm ready to go. So please pause the video if you need to catch up, but please follow along. All right, I'm going to assume you're ready to go. So the first thing that we need to do is debunk the notion of block scope in JavaScript. So the easiest way that I can figure out to demonstrate this is to create a block, a simple block like the if statement. And inside of that if statement, I'm just going to create a variable x equals 5. Now, in any other programming language, we would expect once we get outside of that that block of code, once we exited that block of code, the variable x would no longer be available. However, in JavaScript, that's just not true. And to see that in action, I create an alert box to reference that variable x, and it displays 5 in a message box. Okay, so that's what we're dealing with. Now let's create a slightly more interesting set of examples here and actually start utilizing a global variable. So we're going to call this one myScope equals global. And then I'm going to create an anonymous function, and then I'm going to call that anonymous function immediately. We saw this in the previous lesson where we were looking at the different ways to create functions and to execute them. So just to set this up, there's my anonymous function, and I'm going to wrap it in a set of parentheses, and then I'm going to invoke this function immediately by using another set of parentheses, which in that case become the function invocation operators. All right. So then inside of this, what I want to do, first of all, is just let's alert and show the global scope. So inside the function, the scope is my scope. And then outside of the function, we'll do the same thing, except outside the function, the scope is my scope. Great. All right, so let's see what happens. All right, so inside the function, the scope is global, and outside the function, the scope is global. And that makes sense, right? Because we're dealing with a global variable, define it without the var keyword, and so it's available anywhere within our code. So now let's do this. I'm going to comment that out for the moment and not even reference it. Inside, I'm going to create a var myScope equals function. And then we're going to see if we can see that variable outside of the scope of the function. Inside the function, the scope is function, and then we don't get a second alert box. And the reason is because my scope at this point is undefined. Therefore, this whole line of code is ignored by JavaScript because you can't append undefined to a string. There's no way to convert it. Two different types, I guess you would say. All right, so I guess that makes sense, right? Now let's do something else here. Let's uncomment out these the original declaration of my scope, the global declaration. Will we see the overwriting of my scope once we get down here back to the global scope? Let's see what happens. All right, so inside the function, the scope is function. So we overwrite the global variable in this case. But once we get outside of the function, notice that the variable's value goes back to its global value. All right. So I think that is one of the key takeaways, that you can temporarily override the value of a variable by merely redefining it inside of a function, but it won't affect the variable outside of the scope of that particular function. We can reassign the value of a global variable inside of a function. So I set this inside the function. Save that and rerun it. All right, so inside the function, the scope is I set this inside the function, and globally it has been changed as well. All right, so that makes sense too, right? It's accessible. The global variable is accessible inside and outside of all the code. From this point on, we can reassign its value. All right, one last case here. Let's do this. And we really only need this. And this is just an extension of how we started this whole discussion. Here I'm creating a block of code immediately inside of my function. Here's the var keyword, So we're creating a local variable called myScope, but we're going to reference it outside of the block that we define here, the if statement. So let's see how that works. And so once again, proving that block scope is irrelevant, even though it's defined inside of the if statement. What happens is this process called hoisting, where JavaScript will look through the body of your code and it will hoist any variable declarations to the top of the function. So it'll make it available throughout the entire function. All right, and you can learn more about hoisting and the process of that in a more advanced video series, or many articles online. Okay, one last little tidbit of information. We haven't really talked about the document object model yet, but all variables that are defined at a global scope belong to the document object model window, which is the topmost object inside of the document object model. So we can do something like this. Let's do that. Let's get rid of everything inside here for the moment. Let's start afresh. All we have available right now is myScope equals global, and I'll go to the very bottom of this example and type in alerts window dot myScope. So window owns myScope, or we're going to test it anyway, and we're going to access the window object's myScope property or value. And let's see what we get if this actually indeed works. And it does. All right, and again, this might make a little more sense once we talk about the document object model in more depth. All right, so hopefully we've completely looked at all the cases with regards to global versus functional scope. Hopefully there's no ambiguity in your mind how this all works and the scope of variables that you define within your functions and outside of your functions, the use of var and the exclusion of the word var. Okay? All right, so let's continue on. You're doing great. We'll see you in the next lesson. Thank you. Hi, I'm Bob Tabor with LearnVisualStudio.net. In this lesson, we're going to talk about working with external JavaScript files. Up until now, we've seen two different ways of adding JavaScript to our web pages. The first was inline, and just to remind you what I mean by that, it's where we did the onload equals alert hi from inline. So we added our JavaScript right inside of our body tag through the use of the onload attribute. That was one way to add the code. The other way was through a script tag. And this is what we've been doing all along. And so inside of here, we were able to type in hi from script tag. And so let's just see those in action, because I'm going to delete them here really quick. Hi from script tag, hi from inline. Okay? And in both of those cases, I made the point of saying, let's go ahead and just delete that. I made the point of saying that that this is not the right way to add JavaScript to your web pages. I did it to keep things simple, but from now on we're going to be taking the correct approach. The right way to add JavaScript to your application is to add it to one or more external files that only contain JavaScript. The convention that most developers use is to add a file extension with a .js at the end, but I don't believe that's a requirement. Let me show you what I mean by this. So first of all, let's go ahead and continue to use our script tag. We're just going to add an additional attribute, src for source. And in this case, we'll just keep our source file in the same directory as our HTML page. So I'll just type in script.js. Right now, we need to create a script.js file. So here I'm just going to type alert hello from script.js. I'm going to save this. My desktop, fundamentals folder, all files, script.js. Save. All right, so now let's see this in action. You can see our new script file. You can see that in my particular case, it's recognized as a JavaScript file. Let's not worry too much about that file type. Let's just go ahead and double click our web page that references it, and you can see that we get the message hello from script.js. Great. In fact, we can reference more than one script file, and you often will do that. I'm just going to copy its entire line of code and then just change the source to another.js. And then I'm going to save this as another.js. So now we have two files, and I just want to change what this one says, another.js. All right. So if we were to open up c9js11.html, we get hello from script.js, hello from another.js. All right. Okay, so the big question you should be asking yourself is why this emphasis? Why are we switching gears here? Why are we emphasizing to only write code in external JavaScript files? Well, using external JavaScript files has a couple of big advantages. First of all, it keeps a clean separation of concerns. Ideally, the content will be kept in the HTML files. Ideally, the presentation of that content will be kept in the CSS or cascading style sheet files, and the behavior will be kept in JavaScript or .js files. So why is this important? Well, generally, a clean separation of concerns is a software development principle established decades ago that helped to make code more manageable and maintainable. Also, from an end user perspective, there are many different clients of web pages, from 10-year-old phones with rudimentary web browsers to old web browsers to screen readers for people with vision disabilities. So keeping your HTML free of any presentation or behavior allows for a wider audience to consume your content. And then secondly, it keeps your code reusable so that it can be ported into multiple projects. For example, we're going to look at the jQuery library soon, and there are other JavaScript libraries that are available. In fact, many are available, and they're reusable because all the code belonging to that library has been kept in its own separate .js file. So you can create your own libraries for personal use or for the company that you work for, or share them on the web in the same way. Furthermore, we're going to see a little bit later on how using an external JavaScript file is just one step towards our effort at making our JavaScript code unobtrusive. And so we'll learn about how to keep from polluting the global scope, or rather the global namespace, in an upcoming lesson, and that will round out our knowledge on the topic. But from this point on, we're only going to be using external JavaScript files because I want you and I both to be in the habit of following this best practice. So from now on, you and I are not allowed to write any JavaScript code in our HTML pages, okay? Got it? All right, so that's all I wanted to say in this lesson. We'll build on this idea as we move forward. See you in the next lesson. Thank you. Hi, I'm Bob Tabor with LearnVisualStudio.net. In this lesson, we'll talk about object literals, which will help us organize and simplify the JavaScript code that we write. Now, in JavaScript, an object is simply a structure with a open and closing curly brace and a name. And inside of there, we can define properties, which are like attributes or variables, as well as methods, which are simply functions. functions that define some behavior. Okay, from that point on, those properties and methods function as a coherent unit. So this helps to collect related information and behavior together into one spot and then make it portable and reusable. Object literals are used everywhere in modern JavaScript development, and you'll see the structure that we're going to demonstrate often whenever you're doing software development, especially in jQuery with its plugins and passing in objects full of property settings that we want to configure the given plugin with. More on that later, okay? So here again, if you're coming from a different programming background, JavaScript has quite a different take on objects. In many programming languages, you create classes first, which are like blueprints for a data type. And then you create new instances of the class, and that produces an object. However, in JavaScript, there are no classes per se. You attach properties and methods to objects as needed. So if two or more objects need to support a given method, you can use the object's prototype to enable a form of inheritance. However, since this is a fundamental series, we're not going to be covering that topic because it's a bit more advanced. Traditionally, classes and objects are the basis for an object-oriented style of programming or approach. However, JavaScript lends itself to a more functional style over a true object-oriented style. So you may have to check your assumptions at the door on how things should work, even though you'll see some of the same sorts of terminology and even some of the same keywords used in JavaScript as used in Visual Basic, C# or some other programming language that you might be familiar with already. Okay, so just kind of pause any of your current thoughts about how objects are used, because chances are it'll be slightly different and you'll just start making assumptions that are not true if you follow along your previous experience and training in that regard. All right, so let's set up our examples. After a few examples, I think you'll get the hang of how things are different. So you can see that I've already taken the liberty of creating our HTML page. So I've used our template to create a new HTML page called c9js_12.html. You can see that I've already set the title and the H1 like usual. Here I've created, featuring the technique we demonstrated in the previous lesson, our reference to an external script that I called script12.js. And over here you can see I have script12.js already open and ready for us to start typing. So I'm going to assume that you've paused the video, that you've caught up, and that you are planning on following along, right? Okay, so here we go. We're going to create a very, very simple object literal to start off with one property and one method. All right, so it's as easy as that. We are creating a structure by defining an opening and closing curly brace and then setting our var called batwing. So the name of our object is batwing. It'll have one property and one method. The property we've defined is basically a variable, and inside of that variable we've initialized the value to ready. To separate one member of our object from another member of our object, we'll use the comma operator. So here we've defined a method that has been set. The body of the method is defined as an anonymous function. Inside of the anonymous function, we're merely using the document.write function to just print something to screen. All right, so now this is how we have created the object. What if we need to reference the values and the method of this object? Let's set up a simple example here. Notice that I'm starting by using the name of the object, then we're going to use this dot notation, which is the member accessor operator. So we want to access a member of our Batwing object, namely the status property. So if the Batwing status is ready, then we want to go ahead and rescue Batman. Simple as that. All in a day's work. All right, so let's go ahead and execute our application, and if I spelled everything correctly, it should work, and it does. It checked to see the status of the Batwing, and the Batwing was ready, and therefore it launched the rescue Batman method. Okay? All right, so let's create a second object literal. We're going to call this utilities. And it'll only support one method for now. And I just want to show that you can use an object as an input parameter to another function or method on another object. And in this case, what I'm going to do is take that target object, and I'm going to loop through and look at all of its members, its properties, and its methods that have been defined. And so, when you have object literals in JavaScript, you can simply loop through all of the members of that object by just doing a for in statement. And then, once you want to get to one individual member, all you do, let's set it up a little bit here. I'm going to add a line break between them. All you do is just use target object and then use the index of the element or the item inside of that given object. So let's do this now. We're going to pass our Batwing object literal to the print all members method of our utilities object literal. And just because I don't need to see this again, I'm going to comment that part out. Save it. Now let's see if it runs. Hopefully I typed everything correctly. All right, so this is what we get. We have two entries here at the very top of our page because of the document.write just prints off, streams it out to the very top. Here we get the value of our first property inside of our Batwing object. The value is ready. And then we see the definition for the rescue Batman method of our Batwing. Notice it didn't execute it. We didn't ask it to execute it because we didn't use the execution operator. But it merely prints out its definition. Okay, that's kind of neat. So let's do one more thing here. I'm going to comment that out, and I'm going to just define an empty object literal. And then let's use our print all members to see if there's anything inside of it by default. And I wouldn't expect there to be, but let's just see what happens. All right, and there's not. But I think the moral of this story is that you can create an empty object literal and then later on attach properties and methods to it at some later point in time, and we'll demonstrate how to do that in just a moment. Let me comment that out. But in its simplest form, you can create an object literal with this syntax. Let's create a slightly more advanced example. Let's create a planet, let's say for like a game. And first of all, we'll create an ID. Notice I'm using a data type of number. Notice that I'm separating each of the members with a comma operator. Now this one is kind of interesting. What if I want to embed one object literal inside of another object literal? I can simply do it like this. Awesome. Okay. So here we have an object literal complete with 2 properties and 1 method, and it is defined as a property of another object. Cool. Something else that's kind of neat, a more complex version here, is any cities that are in this planet. I can use an array, and that array can contain other object literals. Now notice I didn't put these on separate lines because they're going to be so short. I can just inline them all like so. It's obvious to the eye what's going on here, I think, but you could separate them out on other lines and do indentation if you wanted to. All right, so we have a fairly complex object literal here. It has some simple properties, but then it also has some more complex properties, like a property that contains another object literal, as well as a property that contains an array of other object literals. Now, how do we get at some of that information? Well, let's do this. Let's see what we get printed out here. Make sure that nothing else is really going to stand in our way. Okay. And let's open that up. Great. So we were able to call the notification method of the faction object literal, which is merely a property of the planet object literal, by just using this member accessor notation. So we're able to chain these calls together. All right, let's do one more thing here. What about if we wanted to get one of these cities? We would simply do this. All right, so notice the use of our index to access one element of the array which is a property of the planet object literal, in order to access one of its properties called name. And we were able to get it. Great. All right, and also then how would we set the values or change the values? Well, we can do this. So we have a before and after scenario, and we're going to rename the planet by merely accessing the name property and using the assignment operator to a new value. Let's go ahead and make sure we save everything, and let's go. So this is the before, and this is the after we've renamed it. Again, we would just use it like any other variable that we might be using. Let's go ahead and comment all that out. All right, so another interesting thing is that you can pass objects around by a reference to that object. So we can do something like this. var z equals planet. Now z is a reference to our object literal. Therefore, we can do something like this. Document dot write z dot name. And we get the name of our planet. All right, now let's suppose that we want to add a property or method that we're using our planet and we need to add an additional piece of information or another implementation of a method to this planet. Is this definition sealed? Can we add more information about a planet later on after it's originally been implemented? The answer is yes, we can. Now we want to be careful about that, because if we were to attempt to access, for example, the name, assuming that it didn't already have a name property, and we blow away the existing name, well, that would probably be some poor programming practices on our part. So what we need to do is use our type of operator again and see if, for example, let's say we want to create another property called defense. Is defense undefined? And in this case, notice that I've used the 2 equal operator. I think the 3 equal operator will work too. Let's go ahead and use that just to see. If not, then we can come back to it, because I think it returns the string undefined, so I think we're good. But here we want to now just start using a new variable called defense, or a new member called defense. We're going to set it to ion cannon. And then later on we will do a document.write planet.defense. Let's see if this works. And it does. Great. So here again, at any point in time, you can add additional members to object literals that have already been defined earlier in your code by merely just start referencing them. Of course, you want to be a little careful about referencing those that may have already been defined either here or in the code prior to the code that is running. So you want to do a check first. Has this already been defined? Oh, it hasn't? Then let's go ahead and define it. Otherwise, we might take some other step of logic, okay? And that's up to you to decide as the programmer. All right, another thing you can do is you can iterate through all of the members. I think we've already shown that a little bit earlier with the use of our utility function, but I'm going to rewrite it in a slightly more interesting way. All right, so here we're just going to type in the name of the member, and then so let's see how this will differ than the utility that we created a little bit earlier. All right, so in this case, you can see some something a bit different than we saw previously. We get the actual name of the property, or of if we were to have any methods defined, which we don't at the topmost level. But then also notice that when we do go to print out the value of this particular member, it's just of type object. And in this case, in the cities, it has 3 different objects all in an array. So that's an interesting side effect there. All right, just really academic more than anything else, I think, at this point. All right, but let me just kind of conclude that particular thought process by saying that you can use object literals, or you will use object literals often whenever you're working with JavaScript libraries. For example, one of my favorite JavaScript libraries is called the jQuery tools, and they produce a media player called Flow Player. And if you take a look inside of Flow Player, notice how you set some of the values. So let me go down here. This is how you reference or initialize the flow player object by passing in an object literal. And so by understanding the syntax where, okay, we're going to set the clip to another object literal, an embedded object literal inside of that, where we're setting a property called autoplay to false, auto buffering to true, base URL to this, and so on. That is setting up the flow player to configure it so that it displays and it operates inside of the browser the way that you, the developer, want to use it. So the programmer who created Flow Player made all of these properties available. You pass in an object literal defining how you want to set up the Flow Player, and then it uses your settings and functions accordingly. Okay, so that's pretty neat, and you'll see that again very often whenever you're working with JavaScript or jQuery plugins. All right, let's move on to another idea here, and that is using the new operator. It's confusing whenever you see that JavaScript has a new operator, but it doesn't have the notion of classes. Typically, you would use the new operator to create a new instance of a given class in the computer's memory, and then you would initialize it afterwards. However, in JavaScript, the new operator creates an instance of a user-defined object type, or of one of the built-in objects that has a constructor function. So this is how it's used in JavaScript. Notice that we're starting off with a car, and we're going to allow the car to have a make, a model, and a year. All right, and then inside of this function, we'll say we want our car to have a make property, and so we'll assign it to the temporary variable of make that has been passed in to the constructor. And I just happen to name these exactly the same. I could say my make or temp make, temp model, temp year. So hopefully that doesn't throw you. But we'll show you how this manifests itself here in a second. Now I can create a new instance, I guess you would say, of the car called my car using the new keyword. Sorry. Let's fix that. Okay, there we go. Then we can reference those properties as you might expect. All right, so let's go ahead and save this. Great. And so I think the moral of the story there is that what you're doing is defining a constructor. And inside of that, you're defining the properties of an object by the same name as the constructor. When you use the new keyword, you're saying, I'm going to pass in arguments to the constructor so that we can create a new car object with its properties, make, model, and year set, so that we can then reference it later on. It's a slightly different way of thinking about objects. This isn't a class per se, it's a constructor. That's why it has the function keyword in front of it. Okay? All right, so much to take in, but I think the real important part of this is the construction and the use of object literals within JavaScript. JavaScript is a classless language. Okay? It allows you to define, however, properties and methods, and give them both the property and the value all in one context. You can then later on add or change the values like we did here, and you can also create constructors which set the properties at the time of construction when using the new keyword. All right? So hopefully none of that blew you away. I wouldn't worry about that last part, a little bit more advanced. We're not going to use that very often, and you don't see it all that often in code either, at least the code that I'm familiar with. So, okay, very good. We're going to continue to build on this in the next lesson. We'll see you there. Thank you. Hi, I'm Bob Tabor with LearnVisualStudio.net. In this lesson, we're going to finally talk about the document object model, or rather, as it's known, the DOM. At a high level, the DOM is simply a hierarchical collection of software objects, each object representing a single HTML element or a single literal string on the web page. Now, one of the main reasons that the DOM exists is so that developers can programmatically modify the behavior of the web page using JavaScript. So let's suppose that you request an HTML web page from a website. The server returns the HTML page and your browser downloads the raw HTML into memory. But how does it take that raw HTML and then render it to screen and allow you to modify the behavior of the HTML using JavaScript? So I want to describe a series of steps, but in doing so, I realize that I'm oversimplifying what really goes on because honestly, I'm not privy to how these features are really implemented inside of web browsers. I'm going to be describing each step as kind of a linear process, but I am sure that modern web browsers will perform these steps in parallel, and that it's a lot more complicated than I'm making it out to sound, okay? But my bare bones explanation here should serve as the general series of steps required for a web browser to translate HTML into what you ultimately view on screen and what you ultimately are working with as a JavaScript developer in the DOM. Okay? So the first step after the browser receives the raw HTML is to parse through it. The parser engine is that part of the browser that translates the HTML into a series of recognizable tokens. So, for example, it'll see some text and it'll say, ooh, that's an HTML element. It'll see some more text and it'll say, ooh, that looks like a literal string. It'll see some more text, oh, that's an HTML element, and it refers to this image, this video, this Flash movie, this external JavaScript file, this external cascading style sheet file, and so it may have to stop right there and start downloading some things, right? Perhaps because a number of different reasons. For example, with the cascading style sheets, it needs some of that information as it's constructing its DOM so that it can present things correctly when it gets to the part when it's actually rendering it to screen. So the parser's main job is to turn those recognizable tokens into a tree of related objects. The rendering engine will then use that tree of related objects to determine where it will position elements on screen. So you as a developer will then be able to use JavaScript to interact with this tree of related objects through a number of properties and methods that each object inherits at the point it was instantiated. All right? So most of this lesson will focus on exactly that, learning about the properties and the methods exposed by the DOM that you can reference inside of your JavaScript. So let me illustrate that with a little web page that you see on screen. So here we have a simple document with a header and a couple of paragraphs. I just want to call your attention to the header 1 that has some text in it, and then also to the paragraph that has an ID of second. It also contains a child element of strong, and then within it, it has some literal text second paragraph. So first of all, in this example, when the parser loads the HTML file and it locates that first H1 element, it'll create an object that represents that H1 element in its own memory. The browser then attaches that new H1 element as a child to its parent object, which in this case is the body element itself. And then it keeps doing this until the browser has a complete representation of the page in memory in a tree-like structure. And that tree-like structure of related objects in the browser's memory is the document object model, the DOM. So again, I'm going to oversimplify this greatly and I'm going to leave some things out, but it's roughly turned into a hierarchy of objects that looks something like this, where you have some top-level objects, the window of the document, and then you see the H1 in a series of paragraphs below it. Notice that paragraph with an ID of second, it has a child called strong, and it has a child literal text with the words hello world inside of it, and I've left the rest of those sorts of things out of this diagram. But you'll notice first of all that the DOM has these top level objects like the window and the document. These are important. They expose a number of functions to access any given element in the DOM. So you can do things like get a reference to a given DOM element. We'll do that in just a minute. The window is important because it allows you to respond to an important event in the web page's lifecycle, and we'll talk about that in just a minute too. Okay, so at this point I have another example to take a look at. It's actually similar to the one we saw on screen, but it actually is working. You can see here is what it looks like in Internet Explorer. And then if we take a look at the c9js_13.html file in Notepad, you can see that inside of its body there's an h1 with the ID of title. Then it has a couple of divs. Here's a div and here's a div. And inside those divs it has 3 paragraphs. Notice that second paragraph still has a strong and some text in it. We'll probably get to that in a little bit. And then it also has an input type equals submit ID of click me. Remember that word click me. We'll be using that throughout the remainder of this video. And then it also has this hyperlink, and we'll use this, and it has an ID of my anchor. So we'll get to that a little bit later as well as we start programmatically touching some of these HTML elements. All right. So suppose that first of all we want to attach an event handler to the click event of this button, the submit button with an ID of click me. How would we go about doing that? Well, let's take a look at the script13.js. You should be able to locate it with the rest of the content that you were able to download for this video. And notice that it has we have a function in it already called function run the example, and it's simply going to open up an alert box. We'll add some more code in this as time goes on. But the first thing I want to do is try to attach this function and have it fire off every time the input button is clicked. So how can we go about doing that? Well, what we can try the first time around is to get a reference programmatically to that input button, and then we'll attach this event to its on-click event property. So let's start here, click me button. So I've got a variable called click me button, and I'm going to use the document dot get element by ID. So it's that document object. Again, this gives us access, programmatic access to the rest of the DOM, and we'll use this get element by ID method to retrieve a single element in the DOM using its ID, in this case click me. All right, now that we have a reference to that input button, then I'm going to use click me button dot on click. So whenever the button is clicked, we're going to execute run the example, which is this code right here. All right, so let's try this. Go ahead and refresh my browser, but as you can see, absolutely nothing happens. And the reason nothing happens is because there's a timing issue, or rather there's an issue with the order in which the events are occurring on the web page. I'm going to have a lot more to say about this at the very end of this video, but in a nutshell, at the point when this code is executed, the DOM element called click me has not yet been created. So the code is ignored, and since this code is ignored, obviously this code is ignored, and we never get it to execute whenever you click the click me button on the web page. All right, so what we need to do is slow this down a little bit, wait for the click me button to be created as a DOM element, then we can execute this code. And then because we executed that code and we attached the run the example to the on click event, whenever we click the button it'll actually happen. And so one option that we have is to use a event called window.onload, and the window.onload event is raised once the entire web page has been loaded, not just once the DOM has been finished being constructed, but also once all images and videos and flash files and what have you that web page is referencing, after all of that has been successfully downloaded, there's nothing else to download, then the window.onload event will fire. All right, so we're going to see a little bit that why this is a problem. But at first glance, it's great because we can be 100% sure that the DOM will be available at that point. The downside is that it could take our web page a really, really, really long time to download huge image files, huge video files, huge flash, or whatever the case might be, files that are associated with that web page. And so we're going to be waiting a long time for that window.onLoad event to fire off. Meanwhile, the user could be clicking around our web page, but we haven't had a chance to attach our JavaScript to that web page yet. You see the dilemma? Again, let's table this, come back to it a little bit later in this video. For now, we don't have any images. I'm not really all that worried about it. This will work for the time being, all right? And what will work? Well, here's what I'm going to do. So go window.onLoad equals, and then I'll create an anonymous function, and that anonymous function will just contain these 2 lines of code in it. All right, so let's save this. Let's refresh that. And now when we click the Click Me button, we get running the example alert box to show up because our button was successfully attached to this function. All right, now I took 2 steps just to demonstrate what the document.get by element by ID does. Most of the time when you see this, it's going to look more like this. And then immediately you'll call the onClick and set that equal to run the example. All right, so that's a little bit more realistic. Let me refresh this. And it still works. Great. Okay. So just to be clear here, I'm attaching an anonymous function to the onLoad event of the window. So once the web page completely finishes, this function will fire off, which in turn will find the Click Me button and attach the Run the Example to the click event of that button. Great. So basically, once you have a programmatic reference to read values from elements in the DOM, to change values of elements in the DOM, to add new elements to the DOM, to attach JavaScript code like we did to elements that are fired by interacting with elements in the DOM, like clicking a button or a link or so on. But it all starts with getting a reference to an individual element in the DOM or one or more elements in the DOM. And once you have a reference, you can change its content, you can change its style, its visibility, change its behavior, manipulate it in a number of different ways. So now that we understand how to get a reference to a given element in the DOM, let's look at some of the ways, just a few of the ways that we can navigate through the DOM, change properties of a given DOM element, and so on. So at this point, what I want to do is I'm going to actually save this for later because we're going to come back to this simple version. And what I'm going to do is create a new version of it that we'll use for the time being. Okay? And what we'll start with is let's just get a reference to one of the elements inside of our HTML page. So var my element equals document.get element by ID, and let's grab that second paragraph, the element with the paragraph element with the ID of second. Remember that one? We kind of picked on it a couple of times here. And the first thing we can do is just find out what kind of a HTML element it is. So var my node name equals my element dot node name, and then let's just do alert my node name. And I'm taking some extra steps here. I could have compacted this greatly, but I want to make everything clear as to what we're doing and why we're doing it. So at this point we can see that second paragraph is of type P. It's a paragraph element, in other words. Okay, great. Now let's do this. Let's make sure that my element is not null, it's not empty. And if it's not empty, then let's do a different alert. This time let's go my element and grab its inner HTML, and I have a caution about this in just a moment here. Let's comment this one out. And let's refresh this. And so what we can do is grab the HTML that's inside of our paragraph. So that's why we're seeing HTML tags like strong surrounding the text itself, second paragraph. Okay? And the good folks at Microsoft wanted me to caution you about using inner HTML. So inner HTML has years of vendor support, browser support. The fact is that until the HTML5 specification came out, it was never a standard. It was never something that you can rely on all browsers supporting. So again, while almost every browser has supported inner HTML, you might want to use it with caution. This is another area where jQuery will smooth over the browser differences and give us properties that we can use across virtually every popular browser. So probably in the real world going forward, I would never use inner HTML. I'd probably rely on jQuery for some of these sorts of things to retrieve certain values like the text that's inside of a given element and so on. All right, so just use inner HTML with caution, but hey, since we're on the topic, let's go ahead and use inner HTML in another capacity. Here, I'm just going to start over again from scratch and do inner HTML equals see how I set the text here. And so what we're going to do, here we grabbed the value of inner HTML and sent it to screen. But now, let's comment all this out. Let's use it to set content on screen. And you're going to need to watch closely what happens here. So let's refresh this. Now notice it says second paragraph, but I'm going to click the button and it changes to see how I set the text here. So that's what I meant by behavior and by reacting to some DOM events and then using that to trigger the change of the appearance of other DOM elements. Okay? Neat. But again, we never want to use inner HTML if we can avoid it, and we probably prefer to use jQuery instead. All right, so what else can you do? Well, you can get all of the same elements on a given page. So here we go, a list of paragraphs. And I want to do document.getElements by tag name. Give me all of the paragraph elements. And now that I have this array of paragraph elements, what can I do with it? Well, the first thing I'm going to do is just see how many there are. So list of paragraphs dot length. Great. So this will show me how many I have. And I have 3 paragraph elements. Awesome. Let's comment that out. And let's see, how do we get at just one of the paragraph elements? Let's do this. For our second paragraph, so I'm going to yank off one of the paragraph elements and put it in its own variable, and then I can work with it individually. All right? Paragraphs, and the way I'm going to do that, since I'm working with an array, is I'm just going to work with the second paragraph. This is 0 base since it's an array, so I'm going to use the index of 1 to get to that second element in the array. And then I'll do alert second paragraph, and I just can't help myself. I'm going to grab the inner HTML again. I know. Kind of a rebel that way, aren't I? And there we go. We're back to the inner HTML of our second paragraph. Cool. All right, so we're able to get elements by ID. We're able to get elements by tag name. Can we get elements by class? Yes, sort of. There is a new method called get elements by class name as defined in the HTML5 specification. However, it's not supported in all older web browsers. And so you have a couple of choices. You could go off and create your own version of this that just basically looks through every element in the DOM and looks at its class and add it to an array. You can do that on your own, or just use jQuery, because that's what it does by default. jQuery uses CSS selectors to return an array, or a collection, I guess, of individual DOM elements that all have the same class name. That's what it's best at. So I would probably just say, don't do this, use jQuery instead. And I'll say that quite a bit, as a matter of fact. But at any rate, let's grab, well, actually, let's just comment all this out. And let's start over one more time. My element equals document.get element by ID. And we'll pick on that second element again. Now, here's where we can start navigating through the document object model. Like, how do I find out what the parent of this element is? We can get to it through the parent node property, and then we can just keep using the dot notation to get to a property of an object, which is a property of another object. So node name, and save that. And if we look here, what we expect to see, what is the parent of our paragraph? The parent is this div, as we can see through the notation or the indentation levels. So let's see if we get that result, and we do. The paragraph is a div. Awesome. All right, and I'm not going to demonstrate all of these. In fact, I'm just going to go ahead and kind of make some more multi-line comments here. But we can navigate through the DOM in a couple of different ways, like my element dot find all the children, so all child nodes, and this will give me an array of children that belong to this element, and I can access it through, you know, a zero-based index as well. After I find out exactly how many children are associated with that given element, if I needed to. All right, so let's just leave it at this for now. I can also get down to just the first child, or I can get down to the last child, get a reference to it. I can get to looking at this element, what is my next sibling? So who's my parent? Div. What are the rest of their children? Well, in this case, there's more paragraphs, right? And I can get to the previous sibling. And so that's what I'm doing with these methods as well, or these properties. Okay. Now, we've seen up to this point how we can work with inner HTML. We can actually modify just about any attribute of a given DOM element. So in this case, let's play around with the anchor tag. You'll remember the anchor tag on our web page has a href set to bing.com and has an ID of my anchor. All right, so let's play with that a little bit. Var anchor equals document dot get element by ID my anchor. And now let's find out the destination of that anchor tag by checking its href property. And then let's go ahead and just alert that. Anchor destination. Refresh, and we can see that we were able to retrieve the attribute of the href. Now let's go a step further with this. Comment these out. And let's actually set the anchor. Now let's try just doing starting with something simple like href equals http://www.learnvisualstudio.net, my website. Let's save that, and then let's refresh this. And so you can see I'm going to hover my mouse cursor over the anchor tag, and you notice in the lower left-hand corner it says the current href is bing.com. I'm going to click me, and now I hover my mouse cursor over it, and it changed the href to learnvisualstudio.net. Awesome. Now, honestly, in some older web browsers, it will not allow you to access either get or set a given property using the simplified syntax. In some older browsers, you have to do something like this. Anchor.set attribute, href, and then http://www.learnvisualstudio.net, or I'd have to do anchor.get attribute, href, to do something like I did earlier. However, in newer versions of the browser, you don't have to worry about that. And again, if you're using jQuery, you probably don't even need to worry about any of this because they have their own means of setting and retrieving attributes. Okay. So at any rate, I think that pretty much ends the examples that I wanted to talk about for now, at least in this particular example. I'm going to comment this whole thing out because I have a bigger topic I want to talk about. And so now we do not have a live run the example. They're both commented out. All right. But we've talked about get element by ID, and we've seen a couple of other ways like get elements by tag name and get elements by class name, and other ways to navigate through the DOM using going parent node, child nodes, first child, last child, next sibling, and so on. And I just want to make it clear, once you start using jQuery, you probably never do it this way again, because jQuery provides a shorthand experience and a more powerful set of selectors for based on cascading style sheets. It makes it easier to navigate through your DOM. More about that in the next lesson. Don't want to bog down too much here. One other quick note, you can change styles in JavaScript. So I can add individual styles like change the font or the text color, the background, foreground, things of that nature directly from JavaScript. I didn't demonstrate that because I don't believe you should do that. Just because you can do something doesn't mean you should do it. What I think the more proper way to do it is define a CSS style, and then again, using jQuery, you can attach and detach styles from DOM elements, and I think we're going to demonstrate that later in this series as well. So I just wanted to address that, since you might be thinking, ooh, I could style something and, you know, put a yellow color behind it as somebody clicks something. Don't do that. Don't just change one attribute like the background color. Change the class, all right? All right, so moving on, and before I wrap up, I want to talk about that wrinkle that we discovered earlier in this video when we needed to add some JavaScript after the DOM has been constructed. Our first real opportunity to do that was in our window.onload up here. And recall that window.onload fires off after all the images, video, flash animations, and so on have been loaded. All right, that's the problem. Because if it takes our web page a long time to download all those large images and video files and so on, then the user may see parts of the web page, maybe see all of the web page, waiting for images to slowly make their way into the browser and even be able to interact with the web page, but we haven't had a chance to wire up our JavaScript yet. And so our JavaScript is late to the party, so to speak. Somebody's already clicking around and doing stuff, and we haven't had a chance to really give the user the full experience because we wired it up too late in the process. So just to be clear, I want to oversimplify and create a diagram here of the problem. In reality, some of these things are happening in parallel, but don't miss the real point. The process begins with parsing the HTML into DOM. At some point, it's going to begin loading external resources like images. At some point, the page is partially rendered to screen. As the parsing of the HTML into DOM happens, JavaScript could be executing if we have any JavaScript in the page that references DOM elements. But it's not until much, much later in the process, until everything is finished, when the window.onload event is firing. And so it's this gap right here in the middle that's worrisome, because again, the user could be interacting with our web page, but we haven't had an opportunity yet to wire up the window.onload event, to wire up the other controls like we've done here, like the command on click, the button on click event, and so on. And so that's really where the issue is at. So as you might expect, newer web browsers support new standards. They have better support for this whole situation. There are new events available in newer browsers that allow you to tap into the moment when the DOM is ready. However, in older browsers, it seems like every browser vendor had a slightly different solution, so there's no unified way to really handle this. Now, there is an easy remedy for this situation, but I don't think we're going to like it very much based on what we learned in the previous lesson. As we saw earlier, we could mix our JavaScript code in with our HTML so that we can load bits of JavaScript right as it is encountered inside of the HTML page through the DOM parsing process. So you'll recall from very early on, we can execute JavaScript inside of the body of our HTML page. The code executes as it's being encountered, and it will execute so long as it's not interacting with a DOM object that has been already created and added to the tree. As long as that's happened, then it's available for manipulation. All right, so let me just illustrate this, because I may have butchered that explanation a tiny bit. So what we're going to do is uncomment out our run the example. All right, the first thing I'm going to do is comment out this. And I also think this isn't going to work. I'm going to get rid of all these. Otherwise, I'm going to be shooting myself in the foot here. And that should stay. All right. So, okay, great. So let's go ahead and save that. And then I want to keep this part because I'm going to use that here in my C9JS_13.html file. We're going to start here with creating a new script. Type equals text JavaScript. And we'll start by just putting that there. Let's save it. Now, do you think this will work? Well, no, it doesn't work. And the reason it doesn't work is because this JavaScript code gets executed way before the instance of the click me input type equals submit is added to the DOM. All right, so let's just cut to the chase here and move this directly after we would expect it to be created in the DOM. So let's go ahead and save this, and now let's refresh this, and it works. All right, just to be sure there's nothing up my sleeve, let me cut this and put it right before that line of code, right before the click me button is created in the DOM. And nothing happens. All right, so yeah, so I could get this example to work and to not have to worry about this whole time gap issue like we saw on the slide a moment ago. But do you see the trade-off that I had to make? I had to mix JavaScript and HTML in the same document, and we spent a long time in the previous video explaining why we wanted to avoid that. So fortunately, this is one of those problems that jQuery will just solve for us, and we can learn that in the next video. But you know, the reason why this kind of worked when we were using window on load was our example web page was small. We had no external references to images, so I suspected I was pretty safe that the gap between the time when the DOM was finished and when the rendering of the page was finished and the window on load fired was minuscule. So in the real world scenario, however, this is something we want to be aware of because it has the potential to break our applications for certain users, especially those with dial-up access to the internet. Okay, so let's go ahead and recap and then finish this up. First of all, we talked about the document object model at length. We said it's the browser's internal mapping of elements on the web page to objects in the computer's memory, available for the express purpose of allowing JavaScript code to read and manipulate those elements. And we saw that you can use many built-in DOM functions to access one or more elements on the web page. You can also navigate through the relationships of the elements like parent, child, sibling, and so on. We looked at how to set properties and retrieve values from the properties of each of the DOM elements. Several times during this lesson I said, hey, that's nice, but you'll never really want to do it that way because it's easier to do it in jQuery. So for example, selecting an element of the DOM is easier in jQuery than using the built-in DOM API, at least in my opinion. The same is true with events. The same is true with styling your events at runtime. The same is true with how we'll solve this dilemma that we were just finished talking about, where we want to write code as soon as the DOM is constructed, but we don't want to wait for all the images and everything else to load on the page. Waiting for the window.onLoad event could result in our JavaScript arriving late to the party, as I said. So, any rate, we learned quite a bit. We've gotten to the point where we're beginning to transition from JavaScript into jQuery, which again smooths over a lot of the rough spots that we've seen up to this point. And I'm excited to start really talking about it in earnest in the next lesson, and so we'll see you there. Thank you. Hi, I'm Bob Tabor with LearnVisualStudio.net. In this lesson, we'll get started with jQuery. And jQuery is simply a library that's written in JavaScript, aimed at simplifying JavaScript and making it easier to write JavaScript that works equally well across all popular web browsers. And as a result, has become the most popular library, almost indispensable to JavaScript developers. It's often described as having four main concerns: DOM, AJAX, event, and effects. DOM, AJAX, event, and effects. Okay, and so you can kind of repeat that as a mantra if you want to, but let's look at each one of those and get a little better understanding of what that means. First of all, as far as the DOM is concerned, jQuery provides a cross-browser way of working with the DOM. This is the biggest advantage for most developers. The creator of jQuery once gave a talk entitled "The DOM is a Mess," and he said that due to all the many different implementations of the DOM by different vendors over the years. Compatibility issues between browsers have created a lot of headaches for developers. So in the past, developers might attempt to determine the capabilities of the browser and then write code based on what that browser will support. jQuery takes care of virtually all of these issues for you, so you can just focus on the functionality, not the underlying idiosyncrasies of individual browsers. And jQuery also provides a simplified technique for getting at DOM elements, as well as an easier way to traverse the DOM and modify the elements using a cascading style sheet syntax. So in the next video, we're going to start to look at jQuery selectors in more depth. As far as AJAX is concerned, jQuery provides simple methods that you can use to exchange data with a web server using AJAX without requiring a full page refresh. It gives easy ways to work with the data that's returned from an AJAX call. So if you don't know what AJAX means, don't worry, I'm going to be explaining everything that you need to know about it, I think in lesson 18 or 19. So for just now, know that jQuery makes working with AJAX almost trivial, so simple that anybody can use it. As far as events are concerned, first of all, jQuery provides a bootstrap script, I guess you could say, to access DOM elements immediately after the DOM is constructed and ready for use, but potentially before the window.onLoad has fired, which indicates, as you'll recall from the previous video, that all the images, any media files like Flash or movies, any other large files are finished downloading on that page. So at the very end of the previous video, I likened that to our JavaScript potentially arriving late to the party. The page has partially rendered, the user starts clicking around, but our JavaScript hasn't been attached to the events of the elements on the page yet because we're waiting for window.onLoad. All right, so jQuery solves this. Moreover, jQuery supports a simplified event handling model. So for example, you can add multiple events to a single event. You can easily remove events when you no longer need them. And so we're going to look at jQuery's event handling in lesson number 15 or 16. As far as effects are concerned, jQuery has built-in effects and animations. So things like fading in and fading out and hiding and showing, changing the CSS classes for a given element on the fly, moving elements around on the screen, and so on. And then finally, jQuery provides a rich extensibility model through plugins, and there are thousands of plugins for all sorts of purposes. There are lightboxes and carousels and drag and drop and tabs and video players and a lot more. In fact, you can create your own, and we're going to look at how to include existing jQuery plugins in like lesson 16 or 17, learning how to create them on your own. Not covered in this series, but it's pretty simple to do if you have some functionality that you want to reuse on other projects or share with the entire world. So jQuery is an open source open source library that was developed over many years by volunteers. It's grown into a major concern, and as a result of its stability and its popularity and how vital it's become to web developers, Microsoft has now included jQuery in many of their templates for ASP.NET applications, and they regularly contribute to the project. They've expressed that they're putting their full support behind jQuery instead of developing their own JavaScript library, and I think that's a splendid idea, honestly. Okay, so hopefully I convinced you that jQuery is the direction that you should be headed as a JavaScript developer. There are many organizations, not just Microsoft, that are supporting jQuery to host the jQuery files, both the original or the development version and then also the production version. And they do this by distributing them on their Content Delivery Network, or CDN. So a CDN, if you ever heard that term, is simply a collection of computers that are redundant around the world. So when a request comes into a web server for a given file, say for example the jQuery library file, like we'll see here in a moment, it'll serve back to the user's browser the file from the server that's closest geographically to that user. All right, so that's the value of a CDN, redundancy, and then serving it up from a server that's geographically close to the end user. So let's do this at this point. Let's take a look at jQuery's website. Just go to jQuery.com and let's take a look at the downloads. And you can see in the downloading jQuery, there's some deep links into this page. If we take a look at the CDN hosted jQuery, you can see that Microsoft has a CDN, and they have the minified version that you can use in your own web pages. They also have a non-minified version. We'll talk about what that is in just a moment. So you can also download jQuery and put it on your own servers if you want to as well, and you can see the download links right here. And note that, as I mentioned a moment ago, that there are two versions of jQuery. There's the development version, which is uncompressed, and then there is a production version, which is minified. You can see the minified version just has the .min.js. And so the difference is basically that the development or the uncompressed version is the human readable version, and it's great if you plan on looking at the code yourself in an attempt to understand how it works. Otherwise, the minified version, it removes all extraneous characters like blank spaces. So it basically is reducing the file size, shortening the names for the given variables, and so on. And this is the version that you should be using when you're distributing your application for public use. So if you're one other little note here, if you're watching this series so that ultimately you can build Windows 8 applications using WinRT, then you must download the jQuery file and include it with your project, since you can't utilize resources over the internet without paying the penalty of reduced trust on the end user's computer. And I have a little reference here to a video that you can watch on Channel 9 that talks about this at length. Okay? But regardless of how you intend to reference it from your HTML file, you can write some code to test up if you wired it properly. And so at this point, you want to make sure that you grab the code from this lesson. It's probably all bundled up together. But what we want to do is take a look at the c9js_14.html page. So you can see I have a script tag that references the minified version of the jQuery library. It's identical to the script tag below it. The only difference is that in the tag below, I'm referencing the script14.js file where we'll write our JavaScript code that references the jQuery library. In the jQuery reference, you can see that I'm referencing Microsoft's CDN that hosts the file that I need. So take a moment and make sure that you've caught up to me and you have at least this much. Now we want to open up a script page in Notepad, and we just want to wire it up to make sure that jQuery is indeed running. So here's how we're going to get started. We're going to just type this in and we'll talk about what it does in just a moment. So jQuery, passing in a document, ready, and then we'll create an anonymous function. Inside of that, I'm just going to type here, startup code goes here, and we'll just do alert. This works. Okay, so let's save that, and let's Save the other one as well. And so now let's just open it up in a web browser, and we see right away that we get the alert box pop open. So let's take a moment and look at exactly what it is that we did here, because I'm sure this syntax looks foreign to you at this point. But it's just based on everything that we've learned up to this point, and so there's nothing really here that should blow us away as long as we understand some of these key words. All right, so first of all, you can see there's this jQuery, and it has a pair of parentheses and the word document inside of it. So this is called the jQuery function. It accepts a parameter that's called a selector expression. In this case, I'm sending in as the selector expression the entire document, or rather the entire DOM. All right, if you remember from the previous lesson how we had the hierarchy of objects in the DOM, window owns document, which owns all of the individual DOM elements in our web page. So we're passing in the document and saying, this is the context, this is what we're going to be working with, and this will return a jQuery object. And so once we have a new jQuery object with its context set to document, then all the methods and properties that we call will be in relation to that context. In other words, we're going to call the ready method next. When we call the ready method, we're asking jQuery to evaluate when the entire document, the entire DOM, is ready. And so when jQuery determines that the context, this whole thing, is ready, then we are going to execute this handler code that we've written inside. In other words, this anonymous function that we created. In this case, the anonymous function simply is popping up an alert box to screen. Okay? So what we can do also, because you don't want to keep typing the full word jQuery every time, there's a shortcut, an alias. You can just use the $sign. So let's save that and then refresh our web page and make sure this still works. All right, and so this is a handy way of getting to the jQuery function as well as the jQuery object itself that's returned from the function whenever we need to work with it. And you'll see that used often in jQuery code. All right, so you might be wondering, well, why are we passing in an anonymous function here instead of a named function? We certainly could reference a function like we did in the previous example in the last lesson where we had a run the example function. However, usually this code is only run at one time during sort of the initialization step of the web page, and so you don't need to give it a name because you only expect it to be called one time. All right. So you might wonder, why do we need the ready method at all in this line of code? All right, so hopefully you're paying attention to the previous lesson. That's exactly why we need the ready method. If you recall, I pointed out that there was a potential gap in time between the moment when the DOM is fully created and ready for use and the moment when your web page has completely finished downloading all of the images and other external resources, at which point the window.onload event fires, and was really the first opportunity for us to write code to work with the DOM. But that gap is dangerous because users can potentially be working with the page as it's rendering, but before we're able to add or attach our JavaScript code. So jQuery solves this dilemma by testing the DOM to see if it's ready and uses several different techniques to determine if the DOM is ready. In some cases, in the newer browsers, they'll raise an event to distinguish between the DOM ready and the window.onload. So jQuery will use that. In older browsers, there are some well-established tricks and hacks that have been uncovered to accomplish this. And so it'll use those. It'll degrade to those if the newer methods are not available. And then finally, as a last resort, jQuery will degrade gracefully and fall back to window.onload if all else fails. Okay? So this is what the ready method does. It allows you to define an anonymous function or name function where you can write code that accesses the DOM safely. So most developers use this as the place where they define their event handlers, wiring them up like we did in the previous lesson, and perform other initialization tasks for the web page. So again, we'll talk about event handlers and wiring those up soon. Now, here's another little shortcut. Instead of this full syntax of $, passing in the document, calling the ready method, we can simply use this shortcut and just delete all of this stuff right there. And so you can see jQuery already has a bunch of shortcuts for us, so we don't have to type unnecessarily. I'm just going to refresh the web page and it still works. All right. And for more information about all of these sorts of things, you really need to spend some time in the API reference. So I usually start with the jQuery core and start working my way from there down. Or I can do a quick search for, like, for example, ready. And I search for that and I can find the ready method. All right. And I can read about it and how it works and so on. All right. Now, one other curious thing about jQuery is that we've already talked about it. Here, let's go to the core section. So just click core in the browse the jQuery API and then click on jQuery. And you'll note that there are several different ways to call jQuery. I want to talk about the syntax used to invoke jQuery because this often trips up developers who are new to jQuery, just like it would be not so obvious to go from jQuery passing in a document.ready all the way down to just this single $, and then an opening and closing parenthesis, right? So this often trips people up, and I just want to talk about the different ways in which the jQuery function can be invoked and what that means. Whenever we pass in, like, for example, a CSS selector expression like this, so you might see this. All right, or something like this. Or something like this. Okay? So these are different ways, different CSS selectors that we're passing in. And whenever we do that, what's returned is an object of type jQuery. Or what most people refer to as a jQuery object. And if you take a look at the documentation here, you can see that in this case, whenever we pass in a selector to jQuery, it'll return an object of type jQuery. And so you can see that this refers us to the /types/ pound jQuery to push us down on this, the different types that are available inside of jQuery, right? And so what exactly is a jQuery object and how does it differ from the jQuery function? Well, the jQuery object is an array-like structure, or rather it's a collection of document object model elements comprised of elements from the document that match the selector as defined in the input parameter to the jQuery function. So in this case, we're saying find all paragraph tags. In this case, we're saying use this CSS selector to find all, so a collection of DOM elements that have an ID of my first paragraph. There should only be one, right? Or find all elements in the document and return them as a collection where their class is important text. All right, so what this returns is a collection of objects represented in the document object model. This jQuery object that's returned also provides full access to the breadth of jQuery attributes and methods that you can perform on that collection of DOM elements. So in the case that we had before, where we were working with document, at this point, we're working with the entire DOM element, and that's why we call the .ready. We're working with the full collection of the document object model, all right, and then calling the ready method, saying, tell me when all the elements inside of the document are ready and have been instantiated, all right? And so if we were to call another example, like for example, fade out. So now we're saying, whenever you encounter this line of code, bring me back a collection of paragraph objects from the document object model, and now on all of those, that entire collection, call the fade out property, which will, or method rather, which will make all of the paragraphs slowly fade out and no longer visible on the web page. Okay, so some people talk about the jQuery object. You'll have to determine by context whether they're talking about this or the entire thing? Are they talking about the function that you normally would call using the word jQuery? Or are they talking about everything that jQuery returns, the entire collection that's returned? Okay, and sometimes you're just going to have to figure that out by the context of whatever they're discussing at that given point in time. At least that's what I found. But you know, we've looked at one use of the jQuery function by passing in selectors, but there's other things that we can do with the jQuery function. For example, you can create HTML on the fly and then attach the HTML to the document object model kind of dynamically. So let's take a look at an example of that. I'll go ahead and use the full jQuery word, knowing that I could just use the alias instead. But let's just do this to make it obvious. And if I pass in a bunch of HTML, so for example, here we go, div ID equals badge, and then we'll close the div out. And notice I'm doing this inside of a single set of quotation marks. So we'll put in an image with a source equals badge.gif, and then alt equals badge earned for achievement, all right, or something along those lines. All right, so it's a pretty long line of code, but ultimately we're just passing in a string that we hope to be created into a series of DOM elements that we can then attach to our existing DOM on our web page. So we can dynamically add new HTML to our web page using this syntax. All right, so then another way that you can see jQuery used is to attach new functions or objects to the jQuery object. So in this case, we can do jQuery dot, or hey, let's just have fun here and use the alias this time. We want to create with my custom method equals function alert hi. And then we can also create other objects inside of the namespace. Like for example, if I wanted to create a list box, I can do something like this and do a show. So I would create a function here that would include the code to show my lightbox, and then hide my lightbox. And I'd write some code in there to hide it, and then I would do a position, so function, and then initiate. And just to be clear, the benefit of this approach is that we've removed both our function declaration and our object declaration from the global namespace and nestled it safely inside of the jQuery namespace. This isn't necessary. You could simply create your own namespace for these sorts of things like we've seen in a previous lesson. However, you will see people writing code like this out there, and they're probably using jQuery's namespace so that they don't pollute the global namespace. So the moral of the story is twofold. First of all, the jQuery function is very powerful. If there's a set of parentheses after the word jQuery or its alias, the $, then you probably are looking at one of the overloaded versions of the jQuery function, as we looked at on this page right here. And so I would just encourage you to review and see, is it a selector that's being passed in? Is it just literal HTML being passed in? Is it a function being passed in? And then based on that, jump down and learn more about its usage from jQuery support files, right? And so remember that in most cases, the jQuery function returns a jQuery object, which is usually a collection of DOM elements that match the selector that you pass in the input parameter of the jQuery function. In some cases, it can represent a brand new set of DOM elements that are being inserted into the DOM, as is the case here. All right. The other moral to the story is that you're dealing with the jQuery object directly. If you see a period after the word jQuery, like we do here, or a period after its alias, then the code is attempting to attach itself to jQuery's namespace to avoid being part of the global namespace, which we said was a bad thing. And then there's one more thing that you'll see a jQuery function do. You might see an anonymous function that's passed in like so, like right here. how we used it in this particular case. And jQuery is smart enough to know the type of argument that you passed it, and since you passed it a function in this case, you therefore intend it to be used as a shortcut to the ready method. Otherwise, it would default to its normal usage like we've seen already. So also I think that it's important for you to realize that the call to the ready method can be used as many times as you need for it to be used. So I'm going to go ahead and delete all of this code right here. And I can even put these in separate files, but I'm just going to do this really quick. And I'm just going to add this works 1, this works 2, this works 3. All right. So now I have 4 versions of our ready method here, all defined in kind of their own chunk of code. So now let's see what happens whenever we reload our web page. We got 4 alert boxes to pop up. All right. So just keep that in mind that you can, in several different code files, if you need to attach new event handlers or whatever the case might be, you can continue using the ready method, and it'll just keep attaching things to kind of a queuing process, and then once the ready method is ready to fire off, it'll start executing all those things that we've been attaching to it over time. Pretty cool, right? Now, a lot of these are just kind of exceptions to the rule, and I'm going to delete all of that. In most cases, whenever you pass an argument into the jQuery function, you're passing in a selector that represents the elements of the DOM that you want to work with. Again, let me just give you an example of this. In this case, we want to work with all the paragraph elements in the DOM. So to choose those elements in the DOM, you use a CSS syntax. So any elements like we have here, any classes like I used before, important text, or any specific IDs like my first paragraph. These are all in play, and this is the normal usage, or the usage you see most often within jQuery code. And you can also use CSS3 specific selectors. The newest version of CSS3 has some really wild selectors that are available, and so you can get very creative and very specific and target those elements in the DOM that you want to work with. But once you have defined this, you're working now with what? The jQuery object, right? And you can call any of jQuery's methods at that point, and the methods themselves will all return a jQuery object as well. So fade out, for example, and we can also like say give it how many milliseconds we want it to fade out, and then call it one more time, fade in, and say fade back in, so we can make it kind of glow for, or just blink briefly, right? So this returns a jQuery object on which we call the fade out method, which calls a jQuery object, which then calls the fade in, which returns a jQuery object, and we can keep chaining these together. All right. Okay, so we've had a lot of fun here. Let's go ahead and start really looking at how this is used in other simple scenarios. So I'm just going to go ahead and comment this out. This page, you can see that we have a paragraph with an ID of first, a paragraph with an ID of second, and a paragraph with an ID of third. We have a header with an ID of title. We have an anchor with an ID of my anchor. All right, so this should be enough to have some fun with, right? So let's work with the title, the H1 with an ID of title. So to get to it, what are we going to do? Can you think about what this will look like? All right, I'm going to use the pound symbol, which says we're talking about an ID for a given element, and the pound symbol representing the ID, dot text, and I'm going to just say yay, I can now get at the H1 immediately. All right, so let's go ahead and save this. And then let's refresh our page here. You can see that at the very outset, I can modify the H1 text without using inner HTML, which we talked about was a bad idea in the previous lesson. Very easy to do. So that's working with the text inside of it. Now let's work with, let's go with the ID first, which will return the single paragraph with an ID of first. And then we're going to change the HTML and say, just add an H2 there. And I'm going to say great quotes. Go ahead and save this, and then let's look at the after. There we go. So it changed the text to the words great quote, and it wrapped an H2 around it. So here we're modifying just the text. Here we're adding HTML as well. Cool. All right, so let's go work with the first element again. And now we're going to use prepend. And so we don't want to blow away that line in HTML in this one here. This is where we're replacing it. Here we just want to add something right before our first paragraph. So here we're going to type in great quotes. Oh, prepend. Spell it correctly here. And now let's go and refresh it. Okay, so now we were able to prepend our H2 great quotes above the paragraph itself. Awesome. Let's keep working with this. In fact, I'm just going to go ahead and leave that there, and I'm going to show how to add stuff after. So here again, we're going to work with first, and then we're going to append an H3 for you to ponder. Let's save that. And so you can see now here is our first paragraph. We were appending, and now we are, or prepending, and now we are appending, which puts it after our selector. Great. And so I think it's important to note here that, and I'll just type this out, append and prepend work inside the given selection. There are some others that we can look at, like before, after, insert before, insert after, that work outside the given selection. All right. All right, so I would just encourage you to take some time and to learn about all the different ways to manipulate a given selection by looking at the manipulation. And you can see that we can add classes to selections. Here we've already looked at or talked about the after. Here's the append, changing attributes, the before. We can change the CSS of a given selection, and just literally dozens of these, and we can't go through them all in a video, but they work exactly the same way as what we've demonstrated up to this point. All right, let's look at just a couple more, and then we're going to wrap this up. So we had, if you recall, an anchor called my anchor, and I'm going to change the attribute. Which attribute? The href, and I'm going to change it from, let's see, from learnvisualstudio.net, my website. So let's take a look at this. So currently the href attribute is pointing to learnvisualstudio.net. However, I can change the attribute, the href attribute, to channel9.msdn.com. So let's go ahead and save that. And let's refresh. Whoops. All right, and now you can see programmatically I'm able to change it on the fly to go to channel 9. Awesome. And then finally, you'll notice that in our HTML here, I reference a style sheet called style14.css. If we take a look at that file, it merely creates a large red font. All right, and what I want to do is apply that dynamically to the title. So here we go. We're going to reference the title, and then we're going to call add class. So we're going to add a CSS class called standout. And if this is all wired up correctly, the next time we look at our web page, we get not only it have created a large font, but I think we also, I skipped over it, but we aligned it to the right hand side as well. Whoops. There we go. Yeah, text align right, which I forgot to point out. And so it has these results just to make sure that it draws our attention. Okay, so this was a very high level, very quick overview of making selections and then calling attributes and methods on the return jQuery object. And up to this point, for the most part, we've been working with just IDs for individual items. But what I want to do in the next video is talk more about CSS selectors and show the other things that you can do to get at individual elements within the DOM. So I'll see you in the next lesson. Thank you. Hi, I'm Bob Tabor with LearnVisualStudio.net. In this lesson, we'll talk about jQuery selectors. A jQuery selector allows you to grab one or more DOM elements using a cascading style sheet syntax. Remember from a couple of videos ago, we are defining the context by passing CSS selectors into the jQuery function so that we can then work with the collection of elements that we've selected, all right? But as you'll see, jQuery goes beyond what you might typically see in CSS, giving you the power to get creative with how you select and navigate through the DOM. Now, as with most topics related to jQuery and JavaScript, there's so much material that it would be impossible to cover it all and fit it into a single video. So I'm merely going to show you about a dozen examples, and then I'm going to point you to jQuery's own comprehensive list on their own API documentation website so you can experiment from there. All right, so let's go ahead and set up this example. Make sure that you have the code that I have included with this video. You should be able to download it from wherever you downloaded this video or wherever you're currently streaming it. But I'm looking at a file called c9js_15.html. It is a simple HTML file. Let's just walk through some of its features. First of all, a couple of scripts. The first external script refers to the Microsoft CDN version of the jQuery library file. And then the second script file refers to the script15.js. Currently it is empty, but we'll start adding things to it in just a moment. And then finally we have a link to an external style sheet, style15.css. If we open that up, you can see that I've merely defined a style for a class named highlight. And so we're going to apply this highlight class to the different selections that we make, so it stands out and we can see which selections were made based on the selectors we passed into the jQuery function. All right. So if we take a look at the body of the document itself, we have an H1, a header with the word JavaScript example, a couple of paragraphs, each with different IDs, first, second, third. I added a name attribute to the second paragraph just so we can look at how we can select DOM elements using attributes. In this case, we'll just use the name attribute. And then I add an unordered list with a simple set of 6 list items. A couple of those list items will have a class that I've applied called chosen. In fact, you can see this chosen class appears throughout the document a couple of times. And then at the very end, I've added this empty paragraph, and I'll show you how we'll use that using some special selectors that have been added to jQuery. All right. So let's go ahead and just minimize that for the moment and open up our script file. Our first order of business is to make sure that we've got our script file wired up correctly. And so I'm merely going to create a little alert just to let me know that everybody that my HTML file can see my script file. So when I open this up, I immediately get our hi alert box. So we're in good shape there. I'm going to delete this out now that I know that everything's wired up correctly. And so let's go ahead and start selecting like we did in the previous video where we started selecting by ID. So here, just to get warmed up and remind you, we're just going to select the DOM element that has the ID of first. We're going to add a class to it, and we'll add that class that we created in our CSS file, highlight. So let's save that and now open this up. And you can see that we've applied that highlight class, which merely adds a background color of yellow to this DOM element. Awesome. And then let's go ahead and select by element. And so here we're going to do just all paragraphs. And we'll comment this one out. So now we're going to select all paragraphs in the document and highlight them. All right, and that seems to work. Great. And then the last easy one we'll do is we'll choose by class. And so we have that chosen class that I've applied to several different list items and a paragraph, or a span, forget which. We'll find out here in a second. Okay, there we go. All right, so now let's take a look at some slightly more advanced cases. For example, this is just CSS, so we should be able to use anything we can use in CSS, right? So let's go the first paragraph and combine it with chosen. Using a comma operator. And so you can see we have the first paragraph in our selection, and then also any elements that have the chosen class. All right. So we can create, I guess you call them combinations. All right. So let's go ahead now and move on to some other cases. And let's do a contains. So in this case, let's look for any list item that contains the word 3 in its text. All right, and so since we found the word 3 inside of the text of this list item, we use that as our context to add our class to. Awesome. Let's look at next and previous so we can navigate through the DOM after we find a given element. So let's start off with what we did here. I'm just going to copy this and then paste it. In fact, I'm going to do something again here in just a moment. So let's go ahead and paste it again since I have it on my clipboard, and I'll just get ready for that. And this time, we've already selected the item 3, but I want to navigate to the previous and the next list item using .next. So now it's selected 3, but then we said we'll find the next DOM element, and it changed the context to 4. Awesome. Or we can do previous, which is just prev. And let's see this in action. All right, so we start by selecting 2, and then we use the previous method, which changes the context to the previous list item. Awesome. Let's go ahead and comment that out. And now let's take a look at working with siblings. So here let's go both siblings and parent. All right, so let's just start here and go siblings and uncomment it out. And let's save that and now take a look. So we started off with item containing the text 3, but then we said select all of its siblings, so it no longer is selected, but all of the other list items in the unordered list. Awesome. And then let's just do parent as well here. And I'm not sure we're going to get the results that we're looking for. Let's see if we get what we get. Okay, well, yeah, it does. It selects the entire unordered list. All right, that's why every one of the individual items are selected, because it is selecting the parent, which is the unordered list tag, which then selects this entire area, right? Very cool. Okay, let's move on. We can also get at individual children of items. So let's take a look at, let's do this. So we're looking for any list items in any list, ordered, unordered, whatever the case might be, that are the first child in that list, and add the class highlight. And so you might think, well, is this 0-based or 1-based? It's 1-based, meaning that it's the first child, the second child, third child. If you try to use 0 here, then it's not going to catch anything because there's never a 0th item. Okay, just it's a little different than what you might expect when working with arrays, 0-based arrays. Okay, so let's see if we've done this correctly. Any list item that is the first list item of its parent, and we can see obviously we have our list item that has the text 1 in it. Great. All right, let's move on to selecting by attributes. And you recall that I added a paragraph that had a name attribute in it. So we're looking for all paragraphs, and then we're going to use this opening and close square brace, and we'll set a little equation in here where name equals my second para, because we are looking for this individual item right here where the name attribute is set to my second para. But we could use this on an anchor tag with hrefs or anything, all right? And then let's add a class to that. Open it up, and it found our second paragraph. Awesome. Okay, and then let's use this kind of as our starting point. And this time what I want to simply do is add the exclamation mark before the equal sign. So in this case we're testing for equality where name is equal to, and now we're looking for where name is not equal to my second para. Let's see what that gives us back. Okay. So it's giving us all paragraphs that do not have an attribute named my second para. Okay? So it gives us everything except the paragraph that has the text second paragraph in it. Very cool. All right, and there's another way to kind of accomplish the same thing. And this will give us an insight to some ways that we can start using a little more jQuery and less CSS. And so I'm going to use the not method. And so what we're saying is give me all paragraph items, but not those that have a name attribute, any name attribute associated with it. All right, and we get the same results as last time because it's essentially, these two are exactly the same. It's just in this case we've invoked jQuery's not method. Okay. All right, and there are some other jQuery specific selector syntax that we can use. Like there's this header syntax, and so it will select anything that is an H1 and H2 and H3 and so on, all right, all the way down to H6. And so we have a single H1 in our document. Let's see if it finds it. And it does. The H1 at the very top. Very cool. And then in a similar manner, it has this selector that will allow you to find all empty items. So we're looking for any paragraphs that are empty. And you'll recall that we have one item that's empty at the very bottom of the document, has no text or anything inside of it, and so that's the one we're targeting here. And so I'm just going to type in "you seemed lonely, so I gave you some text." Okay, let's see if that works. All right, and so I'm able to dynamically add in some text. I could style it up any way I wanted to just by looking for those elements that have no children. All right. So as you can see, there's a lot of different ways that we can go about this. Now let me take a moment here and point you to the documentation. So the best place to get started with the documentation is just api.jquery.com. And if you take a look at this, what we want to look at are the selectors. So look on the navigation on the left-hand side and find the word selectors. It'll go to api.jquery.com/category/selectors. And so you can see a full list of all selectors. And for example, we looked at this empty selector. We looked at the header selector. Clearly other CSS ones like the ID selector, which we started with. Here are all like form elements that are inputs, all items that have been hidden on the page. Let's see, first child, and so on. I mean, there are just so many to choose from. There are evens and odds. Let me show you that one real quick. I think I forgot I wanted to show you that. And that's why one of the reasons why I use the ULs. So let's just go right back up here and do any li even. I think that's the right syntax. We'll find out here in a minute. Add class, highlight. And I'll go ahead and get rid of everything else. I think that's good. So with any luck, yeah. So it does, in this case, it adds to all items that are even. And I think that's going to be a zero-based operation. And then we'll choose all odd items, which would give us the opposite of that. Okay, cool. All right, so as you can see, jQuery, extremely powerful. It's really fun, and it's not really scary at all, right? At least the selection part. I really enjoy working with it. It just works so intuitively, and I feel very productive very quickly. So I strongly endorse just getting in and playing and say, I wonder if I can do this, and then looking through the API and say, ooh, that might get me close to where I want to be. And you can experiment with it. And I just create little exercises for myself, some deliberate practice to force myself for an hour or two to really understand what it's doing. All right, so in the next lesson, we're going to be pushing jQuery even further, and we'll see you there. Thank you. Hi, I'm Bob Tabor with LearnVisualStudio.net. In this lesson, we're going to talk about events in jQuery. Each time a user interacts with elements on a web page, whether it's merely hovering their mouse cursor over a hyperlink or an image or some other, like a paragraph of text, or if they were to click on a form field or a button or an image or some other page element, or even when the page itself is in the process of loading and has finished loading, as we saw earlier, the DOM allows developers to attach code to those events so that when that event fires, the DOM will execute any JavaScript that's associated with that event. So the browser will say, somebody just clicked a button, somebody just hovered their mouse cursor over a paragraph, somebody just hovered their mouse cursor over another paragraph, and somebody just clicked something else on the page. All right, every time the browser identifies that, it's an opportunity for us as developers to write code that respond to those events. All right, so obviously that's a very powerful feature, but historically different browser vendors implemented the way that it works differently, causing headaches again, like we said at the outset of our discussion about jQuery. So I could step back here and I could show you how to only use JavaScript, no jQuery whatsoever, how to write JavaScript code, pure JavaScript to handle events, and then I could show you how some browsers actually allow for a more powerful type of event handling called event listeners. However, frankly, that would be purely academic. because to make your application work across most browsers, you're going to want to rely on jQuery to, again, smooth over those browser vendor differences and the browser version differences. So I'm going to work on the assumption that you're interested in a more practitioner's approach. If you want to academically look at how JavaScript implements event handlers or how to use event listeners, by all means, I'm sure there are plenty of tutorials online that can show you exactly how to make that work. But we're going to look at this purely from a jQuery perspective. So there are events that we're already familiar with. For example, the onload event, we noted how that fires off as the page is loaded and as the DOM is beginning to be constructed. There are other events that we haven't talked about that are raised by the DOM API, such as unload. That's happens when the page is about ready to be essentially all the objects in memory are going to be thrown away or disposed of, and a new page will be loaded up. Right before that happens, the onload event fires and allows us as developers to take control of that situation. That's why sometimes you see those annoying pop-ups when you want to leave the page and somebody pops up a JavaScript alert box and says, wait, don't you want to take care of this, take advantage of this special offer? Are you sure you want to leave this page? And so they're handling the onload event, unfortunately. There's also an event on resize. So when somebody resizes the page, it may distort how the items are laid out on the page, and it gives us as developers an opportunity to reposition things accordingly. All right. There's also events that are available for scrolling the web page, for clicking on things or double clicking on things, for hovering our mouse cursor over items, and so on. Key down, key press events, all those sorts of things fire off events in JavaScript. And jQuery has the equivalent of those, and they may even add a few on depending on the web browser to make it, again, accessible across all web browsers. So really the best way to do this, and I encourage you always to go to the documentation for jQuery, is to go to the documentation tab and scroll down, look at the events item, and you can see all of the events listed in a catalog that you can handle. Some of these will occur because of user interaction with your web page. Some of these will occur because of actions that are going on internally within the web browser. But either way, for example, you can handle a click event, a double click event, something changed. You can handle something that changed on the page. If you're familiar with the blur event in JavaScript, you can handle that. Things like, has focus been given to a certain element? Focus in, focus out, hover over, key press, key up, key down. Key mouse enter, mouse leave, mouse move, mouse out. And then some of them that I like are things like the toggle event that occurs when you want to switch something on and switch something off. It's nice for showing and hiding things. And quite a few others as well. And again, we can't take the time to go through all of these in this short video series. I just want to point you in the right direction and then show you a couple of examples of how they're used. So that's really my goal at this point, is to create a little game. And as you can see here, the Click-a-Bob game is quite possibly the dumbest game ever. I wouldn't blame you if you want to just pause the video right now and copy the files that I've created, at least the HTML and the CSS files for this, because they're quite involved in terms of setup. But as you can see, I started with our standard template and I added in a reference to jQuery. I added in my own reference to script16.js, where we're going to do most of our work, and then also to a style sheet, which I'll show you in just a moment. I changed up the body quite a bit. I have two div sections. One has an ID of game where I have an image, and you can use any image you want, but go ahead and use the image that I've supplied you in the folder if you'd like to follow along closely with what I'm doing. We're going to be able to click on an image of me, and it will give you a point every time you click on it. All right, like I said, it's the dumbest game ever, but we just want to illustrate what the kind of events that we can handle and how we can write code to do interesting, semi-interesting things anyway. Here we're going to have a paragraph where we're keeping score. Specifically, the score will be inside of a span tag. And then we're going to also have a success that will hide and show based on whenever we click. So some neat things going on there. And then a start over div tag. So I'm going to hover my mouse cursor over this div and it will reset the score back to 0. So we're going to be able to handle some events. We'll be able to work through some new functionality in jQuery that you haven't seen yet. And let's go ahead and show you the CSS. Again, if you just want to copy the CSS from what I've done in the folder that has all the work that we've done for this entire series of videos, I won't blame you. But if you want to type it in, go ahead and pause the video here, and I'll scroll down a little bit so you can see the rest of it here. And as you can see, I have two classes, hover out and hover in, and then I have some CSS applied to the div tag for game and the div tag for start over. Okay, let's go ahead and close that down. We're not going to need that anymore. All right, so let's go ahead and start with writing some jQuery. Now, what I like to do whenever I get started here is to make sure that everything's hooked up and working before I get too far. Otherwise, I might be debugging problems that don't really exist. So I'm going to first of all start with the bob head. I know that if we look back at our HTML, I have an image with an ID of bob head, and that's what references that image on our web page. So let's start there. And when we click, we hit the click method, or the click event rather. What we want to do is fire off function, and inside that function I'm just going to put an alert got here, and that should at least tell me if I've got everything wired up correctly to get started. And it worked. Okay, so now I feel good about this. I'm going to get rid of the alert. That was just to test the functionality, and what I want to do is keep track of the score. Each time you click on the bob head, it should give you the updated score. So we need to create a variable called score. We're going to set that outside of the click event. Inside, we're going to increment score, and then I want to display the current score in the span called with an ID of score, and I'll just set its text value to score, like so. That should work. Let's save this, and then let's run it, and you can see it works. Awesome. Now, ideally, I would want this message to be hidden when we load up the page and only be displayed when a successful click is registered. So let's work on that part next. To do that, the first thing I want to do at ready is to hide our success paragraph tag using the hide method to manipulate that DOM element. And then I want to show the success tag once we click on it. Let's start there. Save. Now let's rerun it. Alright, that worked, but it doesn't go away. Ideally, it would stay on screen for a second or two and then disappear. So let's work on that. So what I can do here is chain how these work. And the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to show a parameter of fast. That will be how quickly that message is displayed. There's fast, and I can choose slow as well, which will be a little take a little bit longer. Let's choose slow so you can see it happen in the video. And then after 2 seconds, I want it to fade out. So I'm going to call fade out and then give it 2,000 milliseconds as a duration to fade out over. So let's notice I'm chaining all these together, showing, slow, and then fading out over 2 seconds. And notice it said you clicked a bob and it slowly fades away. Very cool. All right, we'll just leave it at slow for now. All right, so that completes some of the functionality. The other thing I wanted to do was when you hover over this start over area, I want the score to return back to 0. So you hover your mouse cursor over this and it should turn back to 0. So let's handle the hover event for the start over div. So start over div, or the item that has an ID of start over, and I'm going to handle the hover event. And again, these events take anonymous functions And inside of that anonymous function is where I'm going to do all the magic. I'm going to set the score back to 0, and I'm going to change the score text. And you can see I've been inconsistent with whether I use single quotes or double quotes. I'd prefer to say with single quotes. Sorry about that. I don't think it matters which one you choose, as long as you choose one and stick with it. Okay. Now, if you take a look at the hover method in the jQuery documentation, I think that's probably something we should do. It does something a little bit different. You need to be familiar with this. So let's type in hover. And notice that it takes a handler in and a handler out, and then also a handler in out. I'm going to use this first overloaded version of this method, and so I'm going to supply it two anonymous functions. One that will fire off whenever we hover into our div tag, and then when we leave, when our mouse cursor leaves the div tag, it should fire off this second one. So I'm going to do this. All right, so just so you can fully understand what we're doing here, this is the function to handle the hover in, and this is the function to handle the hover out. And notice that they're separated with a comma. And I find this to be one of the more challenging things about working with jQuery and with JavaScript in general, but jQuery in particular, is that you have to really understand where all of your code blocks are, and realize that you could make a mistake here. So be very careful about lining things up appropriately, knowing where things start and where things end, because it would be easy to forget a parenthesis or something, and you're just confuse yourself once you get nested deep inside of a function that owns another function that owns another function. Okay, that's happened to me. All right, let's continue on here. So the other thing I want to do then is, when we are hovering over, I want to add a class called hover in, and then when we remove the hover out class.